I was missing for a second there. Took me a minute to actually load in. My graphics are too strong. I should go back and go over that song. Maybe update a little bit. Just to clean it up. So today is it's almost already the end of January. Technically speaking, technically, that's a huge technically. I got my PNG tuber avatar in the middle of January last year. And it was within a few days, maybe the week, that I actually started to I actually attempted to stream very poorly, mind you. This was a time when I made a lot of mistakes learning the process and all that. But the good news is I think I've improved significantly since those times. And it's not even just me improving too, it's also upgrades to my setup. Streaming with one monitor is a bit of a pain because I couldn't really keep track of chat. Not that anybody was watching, but the bad news was that if someone stopped in and said hi, I didn't know because I'd have to look down. I wasn't used to looking down at my phone, which sat on my desk, propped up, to see if someone said hi. And then oftentimes what would happen when someone would come in and say hi, and I would completely and utterly miss them by like 15 or 20 minutes. So they'd been long gone. I'd be talking to nobody. I'd be like, oh shit, I'm so sorry. But that was a scrappy new streamer flailing about trying to figure out how this all worked. But significant improvements have been made since then. I don't want to say this is an anniversary stream. I don't really. That was like practice. That was practice. That was a training wheels. Until March, 2 more months, when I really started to really invest into my channel. I think so far it has paid off significantly, which makes me happy. Now, enough of me. We're going to get right into Trails in the Sky, 2nd chapter. Continuing off where we left off last night, so go ahead and stop that. Watch this. This is a quality of life thing they added in later games. This game you can't, I don't think there's an option to just load straight into the save file, which is fine because I really like the main menu for this game. I think technically this is actually, I'm pretty sure this main menu only shows up if you've beaten the game, which I have, but I'm just glad it doesn't spoil anything. You have the view of Valeria Lake, which lies in the middle of the Liberal Kingdom. I just wanted to give it a moment because I really like the song, especially on its piano form of the song, The Whereabouts of Light, otherwise known as is this Whereabouts Light? Who's this gold and silver will? I don't remember now. No, it's not Whereabouts Light, sorry. Okay, so I don't mean to start a new one. I want to load. Here we go. Okay, so I had a chance to look over some maps last night, and like I said, I'm gonna try and do all the side quests. I'm not gonna be able to get all the BP because I don't have a guide. I don't know what the window of failure is for the BP ranks. Now, the reason why is because not just for the rewards. I have all the rewards, so I have all the items that I want from this. Actually, it's because I Next area. Some of the dialogue actually changes if you manage to make it to max rank. So I'm gonna attempt to make max rank. I hope I don't have to do. I've already fucked up a bunch of the Oh, I think this is the boss. I've already fucked up a bunch of the what you're supposed to say during the quizzes. This should be easy. That's right. There's strength up buffs that they kind of got rid of during later. I think during the crossbow games they got rid of strength up buffs, or maybe it might have been cold steel. Essentially, it was damage up on whatever attack, and then we got a critical here, as opposed to just a critical. Was my understanding. Okay, that's killed. Excellent. Now we can run back. Now the funny thing is, I don't think there's any zero casts in this game. There might be. I want to say zero casts started in the Trails from Zero. I just don't remember, Mr. Krabs. I don't know. Okay, so here we go. So one's dead. Oh. There we go. So one monster's dead. Vista Forest. We have the Gull Seaside. We did the ingredients. We're doing a White Shadow case, so the finale of that's going to be at the Airletten base. We also have the Saffron Tower, which we need to get to the top. We need to go to Hotel Blanche 101. Which I believe is over in here in the corner, right? Yes. Room 101. Excuse me, can we have a moment? Sure, what's going on? Santos. You wouldn't have to be Santos, would you? We saw your request on the board. Oh, your bracers. Phew, finally. I was getting worried. If you're free, I'd like to get right down to business. How about it? Yes. Yep, we're good to go. So what's the job? Okay, here's what I need. I want you to take a photograph of something in Saffriel Tower. And that something is specifically on the roof of the tower. Saffriel Tower, The same one off the Orion Causeway, right? Bingo. Figured you know about it. What do you want a photo of the tower for? Is it for an editorial, maybe? No, not at all. I was dispatched by the History Museum in the capital. The task is for research purposes. Ah, gotcha. It's an academic investigation. Bingo again. I'll admit, this isn't exactly your run-of-the-mill research, though. Run-of-the-mill. Let's save that for later. First, I'd like to hear the details of the job. Oh, sorry, got a bit sidetracked. How much have I said so far? You want us to climb to the top of the tower and photograph something. We just need to know what that something is. Okay, so there are these mysterious objects on the roof of the towers. We know they're ancient artifacts of some kind, but outside of that, we got nothing. Without much else to go on, the only thing we researchers can conclude is that they're devices of some kind. Actually, I might have an idea of what you're talking about. They look like weird pedestals, right? Oh, you know about them. Bingo, bingo, bingo. They look exactly like pedestals. Oh, cool. Then yeah, I've seen them around before. I don't think they work anymore, though. Actually, about that. That might not be entirely true. Huh? The device on Saffriel Tower has reportedly been activated. What? It's actually working? The museums received a report about that from a very reliable source. I doubt they were mistaken. I see. So that's why you're in such a hurry. Exactly. Anyway, we need to record the current state of the device. Talk about spooky. Yeah, probably a good idea to look into it. Is the device dangerous? We don't suspect it poses any danger for now, but you never know. We can't say for sure. Anything could happen, so be very careful. Of course. I've got no intentions of letting my guard down. Also, welcome, Cryptic Crow. It's so good to see you. How have you been? Just to double check, you only need a photograph of the device in question, right? Yep, please bring the photograph straight to me. I'm going to lend you a camera too, but I'll need you to return it once you're back. Alright, I'm counting on you. Receive the orbital camera. This is pretty clunky. Well, yeah, if you want research quality, you need a hunk of machinery like this. Oh, by the way, I've already set the photo quartz. All you need to do is snap the shutter. Got it. Okay, one more time. I need to go to the top of Saffron Tower, take a picture of the device on the roof, and return here with the photo, return the camera. That about the size of it? Doing good, how you doing? I'm doing very well. I'm frozen. I'm cold. The cold front has hit here, and it feels like it's negative 30 out, so, you know, just kind of staying inside and trying to stay warm. It's very, very cold out here. But luckily I have some hot tea. Hot tea to go with the stream. Also, Cryptic Crow. I need to actually 1 second. You stream as well, right? Well, you have to. You have emotes. I feel horrible for not asking before, but let's see. Where are you here? What is it that you stream, Cryptic Crow? Getting called from Elson, middle of Mississippi. The weather doesn't get too bad. Ah, okay, yeah. Stay warm. Stay warm. A lot of everything. Ooh, variety. You'll be to see this, and I apologize for the music stopping. I'm actually gonna take this time to shoot you a follow because I would like to watch. I would like to watch you stream sometime. There we go. I would love to pop in. I like seeing you everybody and all the familiar names across our chats. So I wanna see what you guys get up to too. Mostly stay and play until I get into something stable. I gotcha. Currently into Bannerlord. Very nice. I have Bannerlord. I haven't actually played it though. So you're talking about Mountain Blade? I can set the game back. Perfect. And one more thing. No need for fancy or tricky angles. A single composition for the photo is best. This is for research purposes only, so just try and get the most head-on shot that you can. Okay, keep it simple. No problem. Can't wait to see the photo. Stay safe up there. You called the wrong thing. Oh, no, you're good. I know what you meant. I used to love Mountain Blade Warband way back when. That game ate up a lot of my time in high school and college back in the day. Okay, so we have this quest. The Bannerlord looks really cool. I really like all the mods that Mountain Blade gets. Modding community is something else. Okay, so I had a look at this. The monster is somewhere. I believe. It's the orange cause. Oh no, it's not. Fuck. 1 second, we gotta go out the other way. There's a monster I missed on the beach. Currently looking to play Repo, another student in front of it. Ooh, Repo. Repo could always be really funny. I mean, I haven't played a lot of Repo or any of those types of games really. Repo, Lethal. I don't really like Repo Company, but I did enjoy Repo because the little fucking the little robots crack me up. Okay, there's a monster somewhere here. Oh, he's right here. Okay, I see. We'll see. This should be easy to just kill. His auto attack with death. 2. I believe these are actually the dogs that you fight, like when you fight the mayor in the first game. There we go. There we go. Okay, that's both the bounties down. Some shoes that I'm not gonna wear. And of course, there's no fast travel in this version of the game, so I gotta manually walk back. Ah, jeez. This is the other thing I complained about in the fucking remake. You have your party members falling behind you, and if the monsters touch one of those guys in the line behind you, it still counts as initiated combat. It's more of a pain to flee than it is to attack, so just kill them. The robots are a hoot to play around with and just be silly. I think it's the eyes. It's the eyes always crack me the fuck up. Add a little while ago, being able to move around with just your head. Oh man. My friend group that I primarily play with, because when you crouch, you turn into like a baby robot, right? So we used to have one just crouch and just try to carry them around, keep them alive. Like, protect the baby, protect the baby. Meanwhile, whoever's the baby is just like fucking cussing everybody out and screaming at the monsters and shit. Okay, I can hand these in. So, there we go. Reports. Alright, that's 1, that's 2, and that's 3, and that's 4. Okay. I think, can I actually see? No, I can't. Okay, I see. Okay, that's all those done. So all we have is the tower and the main story. They added vehicles? What the hell? You can drive around in that game? Is it the same maps? Or are there bigger maps to use the vehicles on? It's not actually... Let's see what the... I guess I have to wait till the end of the chapter to see what the rewards are for the BP. Oh well. And your friend will throw you at the monster. Yeah, just throw you. Betrayal. Oh, beer bombs. Also useless. Okay, so the tower is this way, yeah? Yes, okay. The Ruan, Erletten, and tower is this way. Saffron Tower, beware monsters, yes, perfect. So add bigger maps in ways to make it more known. Ah, okay, I see. I did it again.
Seems you came up short.
Saffron Tower. Well, I'm glad they're not like stagnating on the game. They're still, pardon me, they're still developing and adding stuff to it. I know a lot of those games like basically quick cash grabs. They just kind of they release it and then they just kind of don't really touch it anymore. They might add like some silly stuff, novelties that you can use once and then you're done with it. But like, I'm glad they're adding bigger stuff like more bigger maps and vehicles. It's always good to hear for these types of games. 1 second. I'll go over my equipment real fast. have another gladiator headband. The sword. Oh, I do. Okay, here we go. Perfect. Not too worried now about status effects. I don't really need the Grail Locket. But more limit break gauge is always nice. No, that's right, there's no map in here. So it's time to flail around in this tower. The Desert Brilliant community release a devlog every other Friday, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, okay, that's also good too. Community engagement too. It shows that they care. They're not just. I thought that was a. I thought that rock was a. I thought that was a fountain. Oh, that's right. They're immune to fucking physical. These are though. I just talked about status effects and now I got afflicted by sleep. There we go. A very good sign when developers go radio silent. It's like, oh, that means something's wrong. And they were told by their PR team to shut the hell up. Oh, she's muted. She has no... Yep, okay. He's got permanent physical. Okay, arts. As you can see, Earthguard and Earthwall used to give immunity to damage, physical damage anyway, back in the day. This is not the case in the remake. These just give HP shields. That's fine. I just want to use something simple and easy like this. And dead. Oh boy, I don't remember the way up. Okay. Again, it doesn't help that there's not a map. There's no map to use. We're gonna go always left first. We can. Another one. Take the earth, okay. Bleed. Be dead. Yep, perfect. Now, while this is New Game Plus, the game is going to become increasingly more difficult the closer I get to the end. It seems like Chapter 7 is where I'm going to have to actually start strategizing. Back down. I don't know where the hell I'm going. I don't really need the chests in here. I'd like to find my way up. But what about these stairs? No, more chests. Perilous meatballs. I want to go up. I want to go up. Here we go. Oh boy. Oh well. You can see, no, I'm gonna save that. I should have map-wide. No. Is it Roar? I think it's Roar. It is Roar. There we go. So you're gonna manually target the tiles. There we go. I think it still has to wipe everything though. Oh, almost. Here we go. And dead. Alright, Estelle, end him. Cursed companies. Let me pull this up. Cursed companies. Cursed companions? If you say the wrong words, we die. This game kills you with your own voices. You get a forbidden word, say it, and you kill your friends. That's funny. Could be good, could be good. There's that other game too that I don't know if it came out or if it's coming out. It's one where you're like wizards and you have to actually say the words to cast your spells. I can't remember what it's called though. Let's see. Go up, game. Oops. Go up. Game wizards say words. I can't remember what it's called. Oh well. That fire Talisman. You're supposed to be in like a tower or something. Oh my god.
Oh, are we done already?
There we go. And it's a broken bridge. These enemies actually chase you around. Usually, the enemies actually get scared of your character and run away, but I guess not in this game. That might be a Trails from Zero feature. Let's try these stairs. Tennis blouse. Nope. Okay, well, there's one more stairs back on the first floor. Let's okay, right here. Down here. Over here. Major Arena, that's right. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of.
We're good to go.
You said you played that one? Is it any good? Full tower. Nobody staff, don't need that. Fog Roost, don't need that. Unfortunately, while I don't need any of this stuff, I'm still compelled to open the chest. There we go, the roof. Whoa. Really is active. I see, just as we heard. It seems safe for now, but let's get the picture taken quickly anyway. It'd be wise to leave as soon as we can. Right. Okay, so where should I shoot from? To take a picture, use the orbital camera. Okay. Oh, I think there's an actual there's a spot on this tower that lets you're supposed to take the picture from, and then it gives you like a bonus. But I don't recall. And I'm not gonna bother. Items. Orbital camera. This is a bit too close. I need to back up a bit. Okay, go back here. This seems okay, I guess. Where's it down here? I wonder if it's a bit too far. In Curse Companions effect, you can't. Curse is difficult for one of my friends. Major, you're finding if you play around with. Yeah. I'm always looking for small stuff to play around with. Just take the picture here. Alright, I made up my mind. I'll take it. And all done. Let's return to town then. There's little point remaining here. We're going back already. Well, yes, that was the plan. Is there a problem? Not really a problem, I guess. It's just, we came all this way, so heading straight back would be a waste, don't you think? Someone's got a bit of a dungeon diving itch in her new jacket, I think. I'll keep an eye on you if you want to explore the tower still. Now we'll just head back. Because, I don't need anything in this tower. Well, no, we shouldn't. Setting up this job's gotta come first. Sadly. It's a good point for a bracer to keep in mind. Let's return to Ruan. Let's go. Okay, this should be all the side missions. What's that other game? I think it was Alice who was talking about before. It's called Mimesis, I think. where the monster looks like a player, but like it uses AI to copy player voices. Try and trick everybody before it kills them. It was like Among Us, I guess. Okay, no other quests. Oh, I have to give it back to the guy. That's right. Okay. There you go. Oh, wrong room. There you go. Hey guys, welcome back. Did you take the photo? Sure did. First, let me return your camera. Turn the camera. Thanks. And now it's off we go. What? Where are we going? Your robot factory, of course. We gotta develop the photo quartz if we want to see the picture. True. I'm right behind you. All done here. Thanks. Now then, how'd the photo turn out? It's okay. This one's plenty good enough to use as research material. Would you like to take a look? Absolutely. It's alright. Thank Adios. It's a lot nicer than I thought it would be. Yes, this is enough to satisfy me. I don't remember what the optimal angle is. That finishes the job then. Right. Thank you all so much for all you've done. Climbing all the way up that tower must have been exhausting. Hell, it's kind of rough, but it's all part of the job. Don't worry about it. Thanks, hearing you say that makes me feel better. Alright, here. It's not much, but please take this. Moon glasses. I don't think I need that. I think they'll stop blindness. That one's fun. Recently I had a lot more things, so that's good. Maybe it can even copy your movements more smoothly because some folks are using emote to verify friend. That's funny. No, crouch spamming to say, if you're the real so-and-so, do the secret code. Start spamming crouch. It's a piece of equipment I picked up in research funds with this expedition. I'm sure it'll be useful to venture to dangerous places. Thanks. Since you're offering, we'll accept. Thank you. I'm sure it'll be useful. No, it's not all that much. Anyway, if you'll pardon me, thanks again for your work. Good luck with your investigation. I'm kind of curious too, honestly. It's going to be quite the piece of homework, certainly. Well, I will do my best to live up to your expectations. Well, see you guys later. Later. And there he goes. Okay, that is all these side quests finished for now. Port. Some money. And that should be it. Yeah, that's all of them. Alright. Wrong way. Oh, what I can do, though, is much like in the first game. The news... Oh god. Already missed one. The news, there's some background information. And of course, much like in the first game as well, it will also begin setting the pieces for the finale. If only I could remember how to read the books. Because they change it every game. I actually have to go into the items, maybe? Yep, okay. 2 candidates, 2 platforms. The arrest of former Mayor Dalmore. A new mayoral election has come to Iran, initially delayed due to the coup d'etat. This has now been officially announced. The 2 nominees are Industrialist Norman, who we met the wife of, I believe, and Harbor Master Portos. Both candidates have solid support bases and distinct platforms, which will Iran citizens entrust with for their future. Stay tuned. How the hell do you turn the damn page? There we go. Promoting tourism candidate Norman, owner of the Hotel Blanche and staunch proponent of the tourism industry. The core of his campaign is to invigorate tourism. He believes that tertiary businesses are the future of Iran and he has many supporters who agree. And we have the promoter of the harbor, candidate Portos. Caretaker of the block and passionate campaigner for the maintenance of the port facilities. His platform centers around the reinvigoration of the harbor industry, as the support of the harbor laborers and sailors. Voter opinion, election direction. Currently, public opinion is split. The North City blocks that run tourism favor candidate Norman, and the Harbor block supports Portos. With such clearly defined positions, selection is shaped up to be very divisive. As both camps possess solid blocks of support, it will be a battle who can cut the deepest into their opponent's voter base. This scenario seems to favor candidate Norman. There's plenty of time for a turnabout, and it should be a fierce battle to the end. Society, the increasing threat of monsters. According to reports from the Royal Army, monsters across Liberl have been increasingly ferocious, and previously unseen species are roaming the kingdom. The cause of these changes is currently unknown, but theories range from septium vein fluctuations to planetary alignment and even solar abnormalities. The Royal Army is investigating, but caution is advised when traveling between regions. A new chief of staff elected. The new commander of the Royal Army is announced as Cassius Bright, that's Estelle's father. Promoted to General, Cassius Bright, formerly Colonel Bright, will be replacing General Morgan as Chief of Staff. Hopes are high for the reconstruction future of the military under the guidance of this new leader. Foreign Affairs, pact to be signed in Liberl. The signing ceremony of the non-aggression pact will take place in Liberl Kingdom. The central location was considered initially, but declined for safety reasons. Technology, new model tactical orbits. Wave of changes not only come to the Royal Army, but to orbits as well. The new model, tactical orbits, as shown, were developed by the Epstein Foundation, and they must not aged very well and are spreading quickly. Improvements include the addition of a new slot, and while incompatible with standard quartz, has been receiving praise and braces and others new powerful arts it enables. Factories across the nation are already geared up and are eager to support the new model. And again, this is not just nonsensical text. The newspapers in these games always are setting up very carefully and very subtly later plot points. I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, I'm going the wrong way. Let me go this way. Nope. So now we head to Airletten. Sure. Airletten checkpoint. Feels like ages since I've been here. So the guard who saw it is around here somewhere. We're currently investigating sightings of a ghost, which I believe is one of the children at the orphanage said she saw a wasn't a ghost, it was a flying man in a cloak and a mask. According to Jean's information, yes. First, we should speak with the guard commander here about who saw our phantom. Good idea. But I think someone saw it in such a lovely place. Estelle, it's not good to lie to yourself, you know. Why not stop referring to our ghost as it and simply call it what it is? Not listening. Not listening. I don't have to admit that it exists. Not listening. Poor Estelle. He's afraid of ghosts. Need to find... So, in the remake, they actually show you where items are on the map, so I don't need the items, but I'm almost compelled to sweep to look for items. I don't need to. Welcome to the Airletten checkpoint. Not many tourists at the moment, so you can take your time and really appreciate the waterfall. Okay, but someone saw something here. Said it was a guard. This guy. The lodging facility for travelers. If you'd like to stay tonight, just give me the word. No. Well, yes, because I want to get my bandit back. Seems like our soldiers are getting lazy lately. Like a while back, there was an idiot who was half asleep at his post and thought he saw something and made a huge fuss. Man, I gotta do something about this. Okay, so it must be on the roof. Soldiers here. Right next to the entrance to the Caldia tunnel. We don't have permission to pass. I'm afraid you can't go any farther. Did I miss somebody? This guy? In the election, all the tourist spots in Ruan are open. No, this guy either. This guy give you a book? No, he doesn't. Okay. This guy? Yes. Here we go. Excuse me. We're from the Bracer Guild. Hey, welcome. Hmm? Wait a minute. You're that Bracer who dealt with the Duke. Yep, that's me. I'm surprised you even remember that. Of course. Things wouldn't have gone half as smoothly without you. Well, what can we do for you today? Well, sir, we're here about a soldier who claims to have seen a white shadow. Not even the guild heard about that. Ah, for the love of... This is ridiculous. He should be ashamed, honestly. Ashamed? What do you mean? There wasn't any ghost, he was just daydreaming. And drifting out the way he did could be disastrous if there was an actual emergency. As his commanding officer, his actions are wholly my responsibility. How embarrassing. Sir, I'm afraid you may be jumping to conclusions a bit hastily. You see, there have been multiple sightings of this white shadow all over the province. What? Are you... Estelle and Company explained the investigation to Chief Warrant Officer Han. I think I'm saying that right. I see. Goodness. I thought he was simply half asleep, but perhaps I did jump to conclusions too quickly. I've been far too hard on Nyx in that case. So Nyx is the one who saw the white shadow. That's right. He's currently on duty at the entrance to the Caldia Tunnel. You should go speak to him directly. Tell him he has my permission to speak to you. Thank you, sir. That is back up on the roof. Alright. Oh there, you want to head into the tunnel? Give me just a minute and I'll open the gate. No, we're not here for the tunnel. We're from the Bracer Guild. We're here for you, actually. Can we ask you about the white shadow you saw? Hey God, you mean... that was just something I dreamed up when I was half asleep. Actually, it wasn't. A lot of people across Ruan have been seeing it. And according to your commanding officer, neither you nor he knew. He apologized for his earlier comments and told us to let you know you can speak freely about what you saw. So it was real. I knew it was too real to be a dream. This makes me feel a bit better, honestly. Well, if that thing was real, it's actually kind of bone-chilling. Trust me, I know what you mean. Anyway, can you tell us about what you saw? In as much detail as you can, please. Sure. It was 3 nights ago. I was standing here on my watch shift. You've noticed how loud the waterfall is, right? You get used to it after a while, and it has a rhythm that can really lull you to sleep. Plus, I just started my shift and I'd come from the mess, so I was even more sleepy. So to keep from falling asleep, I walked back and forth around here. And that's what I saw. It. I see. What was it exactly? A floating man dressed in white, old-fashioned clothes. He, or it, was dancing just above the waterfall. I freaked out so bad I pointed my rifle at it without thinking and... What? You shot the thing? Yeah, I mean, I meant to be a warning shot, but I was so nervous I hit it right in the chest. Or, I know I did, but it just floated there as if nothing had happened at all. After that, it took off like a bird or something, heading north. Poor Estelle. Oh my, it can't be affected by gunfire. That suggests something. After all that, I ran inside and woke the commander, of course. But all that got me was a dressing down for sleeping on the job and unnecessary rifle discharge. Man, that was a bad day. I can, imagine. Well, anyway, it's clearly for the best to just pretend it was a dream and forget it ever happened. Yep. Thanks for the thought, but I doubt I'll ever be able to forget that. I don't know why that poor soul is a wandering ghost, but try to help him, yeah? I mean, bracers can solve the problems of the dead too, right? Heck no, I'm no priest. There has to be a reason it's showing up, yeah. We need to figure out what that reason is. Good luck then. Thank you, Private Nyx. Now we can run back. Wow, incredible. Papa, Mama, come here. No. Slow down or you'll trip, Pumpkin. It really is lovely. I'm glad we could come with you, my love. Thank you. No, I've always left you two alone back home. This is the least I can do for my family. Aw, that's a really sweet family. Looks like they're on vacation or something. Most likely, yes. They may even be foreigners, given where we are. It's so amazing. Just looking at it, I feel like it's gonna swallow me whole. Excuse me, miss. Do you know the name of this waterfall? Where does all this water come from? That's a little out of the blue. Well, the waterfall is called Irletin. The water flows here from Valeria Lake through an ancient waterway. Oh, I know what Valeria Lake is. It's the big lake we saw before the airship landed, right? Yes, that's right. But airship? Are you from another country? Salamandius! Welcome. Hopefully it's not too cold out where you are, because it is fucking freezing here, man. It with wind chill, it feels like -30 out. That is just too much. That's the kind of weather that freezes your eyebrows after like 3 minutes on the outside. That's right. I'm from far, far away. By the way, my name's Ren. Ren, huh? That's a really cute name. Working closely, probably gonna miss a bunch of the stream. Want to stop in and say hey. Ah, no worries, man. I appreciate you coming to say hi, though. I know. Papa and Mama gave it to me. Of course it'd be cute. Ren, don't bother a nice lady too much. Our apologies if our word is troubling you too much, miss. Aw, I wasn't doing anything bad. No, it's no trouble. If I may, what brings you to Liberal? Well, I often come to Liberal for business. Ah, the watch streak. What do you call it? Bounty, I guess? Is yours. 3-stream streak. Very nice. Although I'm pretty sure it's way bigger than that. Look at Twitch. 42 Fahrenheit and dropping. Hold on a second. I need Celsius. Let's see. E2 Celsius. 5.5 Celsius. Okay. Yeah, it's cold. You're freezing. Approaching freezing. Every time I do, I'm struck by the beauty of this country, so this time, he brought myself and our daughter along. Miracles do happen, it seems. You guys are like the most picture-perfect family, you know? Jealous? Papa's away a lot, but he always brings us lots of presents when he comes home. And Mama's always full of smiles and makes the best food. Really? I am kind of jealous now, actually. Ah, goodness. I'm sorry. She's still very much a child. Hey, what's yours, miss? What's your name? Oh, sorry. I haven't introduced myself. I'm Estelle Bright. I'm a bracer. Wait, do you know what a bracer is? Hey, I'm not stupid. I'm a big girl. But that's neat. You're a bracer, huh? You slay lots of scary monsters? Yep, that's part of the job sometimes. A bracer. That's very impressive. Yes, especially at your age. I'm still pretty new at it, though. Each of Liberal's 5 major cities has a guild branch. If you encounter trouble during your travels, please do not hesitate to come to us for help. Thank you. We'll keep that in mind. If you'll pardon us, though, we need to check into the inn. Come along now, Ren. I want to talk to Mrs. Estelle more. Hey, Mrs. Estelle, will you play with me next time we meet? Sure. Yay. See you, Mrs. Estelle. There goes their very pink family. The abscess is 42, it feels like 36. Like, what if it's 42? It's 42, and if it's 36, it's 36. Winchell always screws everything up. She certainly was a bundle of energy. I think she might have been a bit younger than Tita, even. She might be. Does she remind you of a certain someone and her father? Just a bit, yeah. I was thinking about how I was around her age when Joshua and I first met. Ah, yes, that's right. Regardless, that's all the witnesses. Shall we return to Ruan? Sure. Okay. Gotta run all the way back to Ruan. Zoom. Thank you, turbo button. It's one thing I'm very glad the whoever ported this, I think it's Xseed, ported this game over. They added turbo to all the games that they ported, which is fantastic. Okay, so we can go back to the guild. Ah, Niall and Dorothy. Hey. Hey, you're back. For some reason, they took away Niall's cigarette in the remake, and I'll never understand why. Estelle, hello. Niall, Dorothy, what are you two doing in Ruan? Obviously getting some pictures taken and articles made for this friggin' wildfire of an election. And then I heard something weird beyond that happening, so I checked by to check out what's up. Something weird? You mean this white shadow thing people have been reporting? Actually, while you were out, we had another report of the thing appearing in the city limits. The citizenry is starting to get frightened and demand answers that I can't give them. This is getting serious. And the capstone it all would be the picture this young lady took. This one pretty much puts the nail in the coffin as to what's going on, so to speak. A picture. You mean, really? I had no idea you like ghost hunting, Dorothy. It's nothing like that, really. I was just taking pictures of the hotel at night and skaboosh! Ghost picture. Here, take a look. There he is. Do you see it? With the red circle with the red arrow and the vine boom. Did you see it? What? Well, that's pretty decisive, alright? Come on, guys, don't you think this is just a bit too hasty? It might just be a malfunction of the camera, yeah. No, I don't think it's the camera's fault. It's a shiny brand new model from the central factory, and I've been taking really good care of it. It's a malfunction, okay? Malfunction. So you're scary all of a sudden. Anyway, I'm willing to put a lot more faith in these sightings now. It seems something really is out there. More to the point, I think working with the media on this wouldn't be a bad idea at this juncture. So let's all share information. To start with, did you guys get statements from the witnesses? Yeah, we checked with all three. Oh crap, this is an emergency. Help! Help! Please help! What's wrong? Why are you so worked up? Was someone attacked by monsters? Oh no! The supporters of Norman and Portos are arguing. They're facing one another down in the Langland Bridge. All that fuss over an argument? Wait, those are the two mayoral candidates, aren't they? An argument could be bad then. Oh, this sounds like an article, and maybe a riot. Dorothy, we're on. Aye, aye, sir. See you later, Estelle. And there they go. Man, they're fast. We should be quick too, to be honest. We need to be on hand in case things escalate. Beyond words, as it were. Right. Thanks, you two. Good luck. There's nothing else on here, right? No, okay. Just checking, just checking. To the bridge. You aren't fooling anyone. We know that you're behind the ghosts that appear at the hotel. Norman's son is bedridden from the shock. Have you no shame? What disgusting tricks won't you stoop to? Oh, please, that son is a member of the Ravens. How do you expect us to trust something a worthless thug says? Wait a moment. Criticize me as you wish, but only a coward would attack my family. You will retract your statement calling my son a thug. That was probably a little much there. But sir, why are you agreeing? It's because you bend on issues like this that the tourism party dares to try such tactics. Who's daring to try things? The Harper party is the one crossing the line. You really think your harassing with this ghost trick will really stop us? Yikes, this is really getting out of hand. You think we should step in? They haven't actually gotten violent, so we can't do anything yet. Let's try to get into a good position, though. If this does turn into a fight, we need to jump in immediately to stop it. Yeah, but there are so many spectators we can't get any closer. How the heck did Neil... Let's call him Neil again. How the heck did Niall manage to get up front already? Oh, they're fuming. I can't take this anymore. You limp-wristed tourist suckers think you'd beat us in a straight fight? Oh, that's it. Let's do this. The employees of the Norman firm will uphold Mr. Norman's honor. Stop, all of you. Do not sink to the level of thuggery. Thuggery. Everyone, calm down. We should discuss this rationally. Oh, crap. Oh, no. I don't think we can stop this now. Uh-oh. My goodness. What a tragedy in the making. Ah, he's back. He's escaped from jail. Violence creates nothing. It only opens empty chasms between men. To you, I offer this song. A gentle, sad song to encourage you to overcome that which divides your hearts and joins hands as one. I don't know where the actual tune goes. Sun shines, a rainbow bridge. I cross it to reach you. And yet, as I search, it fades into the sky, dancing with the loneliness on the wind. If this wish is doomed to fade, without ever coming true, how serious his face is that made it leave. At least a scar. My first promise. A promise I cannot keep. I keep your breath, encased in amber. Sealing within this eternal dream. Hair flip. It seems you're all touched by my song. Remember, there is but one truth. Love is eternal. Well, Portos, I think it would be a good idea for both of us to cool our heads a bit. Yeah, I agree. Besides, we're obstructing traffic. Yeah. Back to the harbor, everyone. Yeah. Right, I've got flyers to distribute. And they all immediately dispersed. The bard cringed them out of their anger. And the fleeing begins. Somehow, I'm not surprised. But the citizens here are as easily stirred to both action and rest as anywhere else. No, what truly moves them is the miraculous power of my melody. You there, reporters. Take photos and write articles to your heart's content over this day's miracle. Oh, okay, here we go. Say cheese! Marvelous. If I'm in the middle of an argument, someone starts singing, I'd be just some guy walked over the guitar and starts singing. It's like, all right, time to go home. Right. You guys still in the mood to talk about that stuff you mentioned before? Yeah, sure. I feel like I'll forget it if we don't report it soon anyway. Well then, let's hurry back and report to Jean. Goodbye, Olivier. Oh, Estelle, to where are you going? Wait. Oh, please wait. Oh, what a great expression. How heartbroken. It's so cute. I'm just glad he's back, even if he is kind of fucking weird. How fickle you could be, my Rose. To meet your fated partner again after such a long absence, and then to abandon him. What cruel barbs you cast. Fated partner, my left strega. It's a shoe. What in the goddess's name are you doing in Rouen anyway, Olivier? I thought you were whiling the days away in Elmo's Hot Springs. Mueller contacted me at the Maple Leaf Inn, you see. He was kind enough to tell me that you'd returned from your travails, Estelle. And I thought to myself, she has been deprived of my person for so long. Her happiness is imperiled. I must welcome her back, and flew here post-haste. It certainly feels imperiled now. Still, I haven't seen you since the Queen's birthday celebrations. Thanks to your help back there, Olivier. It is nice to see you again. Truly? But your honesty makes it difficult for me to stay focused. Oh no, not the heart emoji. When you don't take the opening to make a joke at my expense, it leaves me wanting something more. Okay, Olivier's getting fucking weird again. Let's see you deliver another line like that through broken teeth! Whatever. Jean, this thing is Olivier, one of the people who helped us during the coup. He's a musician from Erebonia, we think. Nice to meet you. You seem like an interesting person. So I'm guessing you don't mind if we let him in on this then. Yes, I don't mind. I doubt he'll listen if we tell him to leave anyway. Oh, Shira. Truly you know all there is to know about me. Your personal history, not quite, but your personality? Oh yes, I do. About to eat a mango and enjoy the stream. Alrighty, Cryptic Crow. Mangoes are like... I can never say no to a mango. I think if I ever want like fruit, mangoes is like number one. I fucking love mangoes. Anyway, going beyond that. Yes, that sounds like a very good idea. Seriously, we have a story to talk about here. We don't have all day either. Dorothy and I need to get the scoop on the election. Right, I get it. So, this is what the witnesses had to say. Estelle relayed the witnesses' testimonies and Kevin's analysis of the situation. Kevin is the priest that we met last time. I see. You managed to gather a lot of detailed information. It's enough to see that something is definitely up at least. Really? I thought a lot of that was kind of vague. Well, the possibility of it being a prank from the mayoral candidates to cause problems with the others out for one. Scaring Norman's kid is one thing, but I kinda doubt they'd waste time scaring guards or orphans. Also, the reports were consistent. The ghost was seen flying in every case. That's the kind of trick I doubt the average man on the street could pull off easily. Well then, it must be a real ghost. Maybe some ancient noble went crazy and was locked up in a lonely cell and forced to wear a mask. Forever. And then, after hundreds of years, he revived as a spooky ghoul. Please stop talking about such scary ideas with a happy face, thanks. Besides, ghosts are supposed to be bound to people or places, so it really can't be a ghost, can it? Not necessarily. What do you mean, Olivier? Oh, did you notice something? Well, I cannot weigh in on the matter of our fugitive's ghostliness. However, Estelle's reports featured several common points. From what she said, I think it's actually quite possible our specter is bound to a place or person. Oh, you're sharper than I thought. I was about to say the same thing, actually. Indeed. As a wandering hunter of love, I must keep a map of Liberal handy at all times. Let us use my map to look at Estelle's sightings from a geographical perspective. Love to see your map. Now then, Estelle, you investigated 3 areas, I believe. Here, here, and here, yes? That's right. The Ruan Warehouse District, the Airline Checkpoint, and the Mercy of Orphanage. What about them? If we look over the testimonies for differences, one particular point stands out. Estelle, I don't suppose you see it yourself now, looking at the map. A point that was obviously different with all 3 testimonies. Wait, that'd be... What is the point that's obviously different? So it'd be where the shadow went. Where did it go? Because they all appear in the sky, they're all flying and dancing, and then they all fly off in different directions. I've got it, it's where the ghost went that matters. Precisely. Our raven-feathered tough man in the city's southern block said it went northeast. Our air-leaden guardsman said it went north. And our young orphan said the white shadow went east. What? Now I see. I never would have imagined. It's pretty conclusive, yeah. When you look at it like that, not many other places it can come from, really. Exactly my point. Jedda's Royal Academy. It must be around there. Olivier, you're pretty clever. Okay, I don't care if it's a ghost or whatever. We're gonna go to the academy and find out just what it is. Jean, I assume you have permission to enter the academy? Absolutely. I'll phone ahead. Go on over and investigate. See if you can get to the bottom of all this. I do have to wonder if our reporter friend has any plans, however. Really can't afford to cut out the election. Okay, Dorothy, I'll leave this in your hands. Yes, sir. I'll do some real ghost hunting. I'll get tons of pictures. No, help solve the damn mystery. You follow Estelle and take pictures related to this ghost mess. Oh, okay. I don't really get it, but I'll do my best. Words to live by, Dorothy. Words to absolutely live by. Hey, we didn't actually agree to this part. No. They did get us that photograph, so let's hit them out in return, okay? I think it'll be okay, don't you? It kind of feels like this will eat away at any seriousness the situation might have had. Still, Dorothy probably can help us out, so... That's settled then. I'm counting on you guys. If you'll excuse me, I have a couple of mayoral candidates to interview. Oh, before that though, Estelle. Your dad told me a little bit about the Joshua thing. Not a lot, but enough for me to get the picture. I know you're worried about, those people. If I hear anything that might be related, I'll forward it to the guild. What? Yeah, keep a stiff upper lip for, something. Anyway, gotta go. Niall. Aw, Niall's embarrassed. It was a really big shock when he heard about it all from Cassius, I think. I think he's really been looking for a way to help you, Estelle. Really? Oh, if only he could be a little more honest, it'd be sweet. I'll make sure to contact the guild too if I take any more neato photographs or weird people. So Estelle, fight on. Yeah, or something. Thanks, Dorothy. Anyway, off to the Royal Academy. Like I said, I'll call ahead and let them know to let you in. Good luck, guys. We're counting on you. Luckily, we're overpowered, so escorting Dorothy around is not going to be annoying. We also have Olivier now. I don't even know why I'm bothering to ask at this point, but I suppose you want to come too, Olivier? Oh, my dear Estelle. You may as well ask if fish swim or birds fly. Why, after all, do you think I abandoned the warm, moist embrace of Elmo to come here? Figures. Sure, what do you think? Should he come with us? Well, to be honest, I think we could use the help, but let me ask you one question, Olivier. Does Cassius know you're still a liberal? Huh? Oh my. Oh, Shara, you wound me with such insinuations. The answer, however, is yes. Cassius, or shall I say Brigadier General Bright, is well aware. Does that answer satisfy? Fair enough. But since you'll be helping us, don't expect me to go easy on you. If you don't give it your all, I'll keep you up all night. Oh my god, sure. Please. Yes, of course. I shall commit my body and soul to your cause. Have no, fear. Whoa, something feels really adult here. It's exciting. Nice, Shara. Looks like you know how to manage Olivier. Okay, so let's give Olivier his equipments. I like how his final weapon is just called Revolver. Okay. Something with arts up. Yeah, it says arts up. Spiegel shoes. Perfect. And we'll give him this. And shit, why not this? Right. Oh, I should probably check just in case. I don't think there is, but there might be. Yep, there is. Okay. Sunday school lecture. Road Trail monster. Orient Causeway monster. Okay, so the Orient Causeway is south. Going the wrong way. Well, I hate when they do this. It's not as bad when it was in the remake because it's all there's no loading screen between outside and in. So, okay, so there's a monster somewhere here. Here? No. No, it's not the chicken. No. Not here. Not here. How about this way? No. No. It's a chicken. Might be over here. No. I like to get up right against the walls. Luckily I have Eagle Eye, but still a little difficult to see them. Oh, I think I found him. There he is. One of those dogs that protect all NPCs. The NPC HP reaches 0, the game is over. That should be simple enough because oh, we can see Estelle's limit break. Sorry. Yellow time. This is gonna look awesome in the remake of September. That's right, they fucking... Okay, so... Libby does not have... Oh, I should have put, I don't have any more Gladiator stuff. Oh well. You can also see Shira's S-Craft. So we have... Sadist Whip.
Someone's been naughty.
My god. Even her sprite is jiggly. Throws, right. Ooh, the knockout. That's what I call sexy and cute. Okay, Dorothy. Dorothy is the one NPC that you can that you'll have to escort that is actually useful. Because their camera inflicts blind. Meanwhile, the other NPCs, they literally just randomly walk in random directions. Okay, so that's the monster dead. Because I don't want a crony pass. Just have the Sunday school lecture. Go. Okay, port this. And onwards. Oh, how I miss fast travel. I think, I'm trying to think when fast travel got introduced to the series. I want to say it was Trails to Azure. Might have been the end of Trails from Zero, but I don't quite remember. Okay. Not going to the orphanage. We need to go past Minoria Village. I ran the wrong way. That's fine. Past the village. To the Crony Trail.
Seems you came up short.
Kill the monster. Run back. Do the Sunday school. Go hand it in. Again, I really miss fast travel. We'll kill the monster first. So Carney Trail's this way. Noria byroads. Continue on. Yeah, Carney Trail. This way. It's gonna be a bit of a walk. Unless it's actually on here. I don't think he is. Is this him? No. If it was him, it'll give you the little heads up if I want to exterminate. Be careful with turbo mode because I do happen to walk into monsters often. That or they'll wander into one of my teammates. And I'd really hate. Okay, this is Crony Trail. I'd really hate for Dorothy to get. For them to get a surprise on a Dorothy and just kill her. Diving bomb. Yeah, there it is. Oh, they explode. So they won't explode on Dorothy. I don't think her level or her health scales. There we go.
Oh, are we done already?
We are. Okay. Stupid eggs. They look a lot bigger in the remake. Dude, they're really tiny. Little baby eggs. Might be a little redundant saying that. Chest. There he is. Okay. An ugly ass fucking monster. Oh, I should have did Olivier's ports. Oh, he's actually level 81. He's actually lower level. I guess I didn't use him that much in the end game. Okay, the monster's dead. Let me go over his quartz. You right now. I don't want any of this crap. Okay, so definitely EP4 on him. Range what is okay. What EP cut? It is alright again for now. I'm gonna switch out of that as we get closer to the end game. Confuse. He already has Chaos Brand. Cloak. No encounters. Oh. I didn't know I had this quartz. Oh, that just makes this game a lot more. That's some quality of life right there, isn't it? Okay, so cast 2. Just in case, because there's still going to be boss fights in the extermination, so... Action 4, as you can see, I have like 5 of them because of the end game. And... like a bunch of elements. Yeah, this is fine. Absorb is fine. No, that's funny. Okay, it's not like the encounters are doing me any favors anyway. I literally get like 1 XP for fight. Sometimes 3. So no encounters is perfect. I mean, I can walk through them. Sure as shit it does. Look at this. You just walk through them. Alright. Okay, so some of these quests are timed, which means that if you progress the main story too much, they time out, you can't hand them in anymore, so unfortunately, I had to run all the way, wrong way, run all the way back to Ruan. Okay, run all the way back to Ruan, not turning around, there we go. And he's in. That'll ensure that, I get the BP, because again, I'm gonna try to get rank A, because it does change the dialogue later in the game. Oh, that's right, we're gonna do the Sunday school too. Here. Go ahead and save real fast. Is this where... Oh, Sunday school was in here. 1 second. Please come urgently to Ruan Chapel. Oh, okay, I see. So it's not here. It's at actual Ruan. I thought it was in Vendoria. Alrighty. Back to Ruan. Used to have a map of some sort. Each. Now, originally, as I said last night, I was actually going to play this normally. I was only going to carry over... Well, I was going to carry over everything and set the enemy's levels to 100, but I guess that's not possible in this game. Google lied to me. More specifically, Google AI lied to me. They thought I was talking about the first chapter remake, and I'm like, no, it's the second game, please. Not the remake, the old one. But it just can't get it through its head, so... This will be an easy playthrough until the end of the game, and I will have to strategize quite a bit. Okay, so... This one? Yes, talk to the sister. Oh my. Are you here because you saw my request? Yes, ma'am, sure did. It's pretty urgent, right? Yes, today I'd like to ask you to act as a guest teacher at Sunday school. How about it? Are you available? Yes, we'll hear an explanation. I can do it. I'm not super confident, but I'll give it my best shot. Thank you very much, I really appreciate it. I had asked a bracer named Karna to be the guest lecturer, but she suddenly had to leave on guild business. It put the church in a fix, and I was very disheartened. I see, so that's why it's so sudden. So, what should I do? First, come into the side room. I'll explain what I'd like for the class there. I see. Okay, yeah, I think I get the gist. Start with an explanation of the guild, move on to an overview of a bracer's job, and then last but not least, answer the kids' questions correctly, right? Yes, that will be plenty. If you'll excuse me, I'll be going back to class. I'll call you momentarily, so please wait here until then. There she goes. Still. Truly, the world is a strange place. Oh, for once we agree. I was just thinking that myself. What's up? Is there something on my face? No, but not even I could have predicted this. To think the day would come when Estelle would take the altar. Sure is a big surprise, isn't it? It just means that a certain girl famous for skipping Sunday school has grown up well, I guess. Oh, Estelle, your mentor is so proud. Well, that's sure nice to say, I think. True, I'm not super confident, but I should be fine teaching some kids. I hope so, but... Well, I'll be relaxing until it's over. What are you gonna do, Olivier? While I have little to offer, you have my full attention and support. The class should be well visible from the second floor here, so I'd like to watch from there. Oh, nice idea. I should take tons of pictures. Please don't screw anything up, you two. I feel like this style has a little more sassiness in this older game. Now then, everyone, we're going to have a guest teacher for the remainder of class. They've taken time out of their busy schedule to come speak to us, so don't be rude, okay? Okay. Alright, come on out. Miss, who are you? I was just about to introduce myself. Give me a sec. Alright, well, hello. I'm Estelle Bright. I'm still pretty new to the job, but I'm what we call a bracer. What? You're a bracer? No way, that's so cool. How old are you, miss? Now we'll have time for questions after. First, let's have our guest review what we've already gone over. If you wouldn't mind, Mrs. Sell. Ahem. Okay, is everyone ready? Let's go over today's class real quick. I should be able to ace this. I've played this game. I should be able to ace this. I say, I'm probably about to fucking fail it. Class begin. All about all bracer activities. Choose the correct answer and guide the special class to success. First, let's talk about my job as a bracer. So a bracer is a specialist at investigation and combat. And our main duty as bracers is... Peace, citizen of local regions. Discovery and sealing of ruined relics. I believe it's number 2. Protection of peace and citizenry of local regions. Because they don't really secure borders, it's more of the military's job, and bracers aren't military. The protection of the peace and citizenry of local regions. We don't just slay monsters and prevent crimes either. Bracers protect goods in transit and even look for lost items. We help in a variety of ways. Alright, that was perfect. Bracers are broadly divided into 2 groups, senior bracers and junior bracers. Of those, junior bracers are what you might call trainees, and by successfully completing missions and training hard, they eventually earn a promotion to become full bracers. But, even once you become a full bracer, you're further divided up into 2 different classes. We call these ranks, and each rank is assigned in accordance to your experience and success. How many ranks are there for senior bracers? The ranks are alphabetical, G to A. There are 7 ranks from G to A. These are the only formal ranks, but when a bracer is close to being promoted, a plus is added to said rank. Furthermore, there's also an S rank, but it's kind of an unofficial honorary rank given to persons who have performed exceptional deeds. So publicly, A rank bracers are the highest bracers in the guild. Yes, I am killing this! Alright, let's talk about the organization that manages bracers, the Bracer Guild. I think you learned this in class, but the guild operates not just in the Liberal Kingdom, but all over. This global organization was established about the same time as the Orbital Revolution, which was... When was the Bracer Guild established? So the Orbital Revolution took place 50 years ago. Roughly 50 years ago. Orbital technology and the guild are deeply connected. Even now we receive financial support from foundations related to Orbital technology. I'm pretty sure that was it. And I'm good. I'm also good. So next, we'll talk about the guild's relationship with foreign countries. At the moment, the guild has branches across the entire continent, but the reason the guild has been able to expand to this level is because it is a non-governmental organization with no ties to a specific nation. But, even within its practical activities, the guild has a lot to think about. For example, they have to keep promises to prevent them from ending up opposed to nations. The most famous The most famous promise related to that is... I believe... It's not interference with state powers. I think. The agreement of non-interference with state powers. In other words, no sticking our noses into state affairs or systems. Problems within national boundaries are ultimately something for that country's people to think about. Commenting on or interfering with this kind of thing is against international rules. Yes! Nailed it! The guild uses lots of methods like this to separate its duties from the nations. Of course, not everything is always resolved, so simply according to the codes. So, sometimes in emergencies you can end up in situations that are contradictory to the code. But in times like that, bracers are asked to put one basic principle above all else. In other words, we bracers in all situations should... Safety of the civilians. Prioritize the safety of civilians. If you think about this first and foremost, then you'll naturally be gifted to the correct action. Well, sometimes when you try taking action, you'll end up with a whole bunch of other problems, but overcoming stuff like that is part of the job too. Yeah, that's a good summary. And that pretty much sums us up. How was it? Did everyone understand? That ends the first half of the class. Yep, she's working hard. Just when did that girl actually sit down and study all this? I'm impressed. Alright, it's the time we've all been waiting for. If you got anything you want to ask our guests, go ahead and raise your hand. Please, Mrs. Stell, carry on. Sure thing, leave it to me. Who's ready to get their questions answered? Q&A time. Any question goes. Select the correct answer or overcome any risky or questionable questions. Oh boy, I might fuck this up. Pick me! Pick me! Oh, you sure got a lot of energy. What's your question? When can you become a bracer? What age can you become a bracer? Well, to become a bracer, you first need to become a junior bracer. You can become one if you pass a test, but to take the test... okay, I'm definitely gonna fuck this up. I'm pretty sure you have to be 16 because Joshua and Miss Stell were 16. I don't think there are younger bracers than that. I don't know. It's gonna be one of the first two. We'll go with this one. You're required to be 16 or older. Of course, even if you pass the exam, you don't instantly become one. For a while, you receive training under the guidance of an older bracer. Once you gain enough experience there, you finally become a junior bracer. Perfect answer. Okay, so you gotta be 16. Okay, got it. Thanks, miss. Who's next? Excuse me, teacher. May I ask a question? Fire away. You gotta beat up monsters no matter what? Some of them are really cute. That's a good question. How to respond to monsters is tough. But in general, judge based on appearance. The faith of modesty. Prioritize client's intent. You prioritize the client's intent. There's no absolute right answer when dealing with monsters. It really depends on the situation. So if the client doesn't demand their extermination, we may sometimes let them go. It's kind of a tricky question. It looks like it'll answer perfectly. I'm gonna feel that bad, Maria. The Q&A part. I think there's one in every game, and they're always the trickiest part. It's like I think it's the wording sometimes too for the answers. Like I'll get confused reading something because I think they mean this, but they actually mean that, and I'm like, oh well, I guess I'm just dumb. May I ask a question too? Sure, go for it. There was a case a while back where the Sky Bandits attacked an airliner. Was it the Royal Army who arrested the Sky Bandits then, or was it bracers? You mean the disappearance of the Linda? That was in the first game. The ones who finally arrested the Sky Bandits were... Who arrested the Capital Gang? It was the Royal Army. The Royal Army forces. In the final entry mission, the bracers and Royal Army worked together using a pincer move to corner them. When the Sky Bandits tried to flee, the Royal Army caught and arrested them. In other words, the bracers and the Royal Army cooperated to flush them out. Alright, no problems here. Okay, so the Royal Army and the bracers work together. That's so cool. Can I ask something? Sure, go ahead. I'm actually studying for entrance exams, I just forgot this, but which of the 3 principles in the code is the protective duty to civilians? How the heck am I supposed to remember something like that? You're remembering shit. Wait a second. The protective duty to civilians principle. That is... Okay, this is what I'm gonna fuck up. Shit, I'm gonna go with number 1. Guild Code Principle 1, I think? Was it? I thought the first principle was basic ideology. I fucked it up. Oh, really? I'm sorry, I already knew the answer. The protective duties of civilians is the second principle. Motherfucker. I thought it was 1 or 3. Well, I'm sure glad you know. This is so embarrassing. Poor Stell. So, no more questions? Okay, I got a question then. Go ahead. So it doesn't have much to do with the class, but when the mayor was arrested, the Queen's airship came, right? How big was the airship? Oh shit, I'm gonna fuck this one up too. I knew there'd be one. There's always one with some weirdo question that has nothing to do with anything. Where's the queen ship? Do you mean the Arcee? Yeah, that. It looked real big, but I wonder how big it really was. The Arcee's size. I think I read about that in a book before. We did, and I don't fucking remember. I think it's 32? I think it had an overall length of 32 arj. Sorry, to be honest, I'm not too sure. I might be wrong, so you should probably look it up in a book. Okay, I'll check a book. Thanks, Mrs. Still. I have no fucking clue. I don't remember how big it is. I remember reading it, but that's not something I commit to. Any more questions, children? If not, then I believe that's all for our guest speaker today. Everyone, say thank you to Mrs. Stell. Thank you very much. Bye, kids. Kids being a jerk at questions they already know to trip. Yeah, you always get the little asshole kid. That one asshole kid just gotta screw everything up, make you look bad. Thank you for your time. I know you're quite busy. The children were overjoyed. Thanks. I was pretty nervous before I did it, but if they had fun, then it was worth it. I do apologize for cutting things short, but I have more classes, if you'll pardon me. Should the chance come again, I would love to have you back for another talk. Sure thing. Seems you managed just fine. Somehow. No need to be so humble. I've witnessed your performance. You are a fantastic teacher. Aw, come on, really? Still, it made me think about just how much I don't know. Every time they asked for details, I started panicking. I'll just make sure to work hard from now on. No one's going to trust a bracer who doesn't even know the code. Yeah. You know, not knowing the code. Yeah. I'll keep working at it, I promise. Alright. We can hand these in and continue the main story. As long as there's no other ones. There we go. Okay. Alright, those are all done. Now to the Royal Academy. This is the school, the academy where Chloe, Princess Claudia, goes to school. It's also where Joshua they dressed him up in a dress as a princess for the school play in the first game. It's this way, right? Yeah, this way. Okay. This area is different in the remake, I noticed. Let's go ahead and save. I'm almost certain this area is way different in the remake. There's like a bridge in the remake, I remember. I remember the chickens. Chicken monsters. Like, there's not that thing. It's a plant. For this area? I mean, it's not different. I feel like the perspective kind of changed how things were laid out, because obviously this is like an isometric look. But I'm pretty certain there's like a bridge on this side to like a little platform in the remake. Okay, here's the school. Dennis Royal Academy. Ah, so this is the Royal Academy. Full of budding flowers, trembling with potential, dewed with the passionate moisture of sweat and youthful tears. A lovely place. Oh wow, I see like 10 pictures I want to take already. I'm going through so much film. You've completely forgotten why we're here, haven't you? Remember, we're here to investigate the ghost issue. This kind of makes you all nostalgic, though. I mean, we were only here a week, but that just means you cherish the time you spent with your friends. I believe you acted together in a play during a school festival, right? Oh, I heard about that from Niall. Estelle was a knight and Joshua was a princess, right? Oh, I wish I could have gotten some pictures. Wait, what? Is this true? Oh, what a tragedy that I would miss Joshua at his most graceful and alluring. Too bad Saul Manny's isn't here. We simply must find him and have him wear such splendor again. And all of my memories are ruined forever. Changing gears, though, Matron Teresa said the test period would be over soon. I wonder if we're here a little early, though. Oh, the Pewee! Sieg! There he is. Scree! Scree, scree! As he says in the remake, Pewee! I have no idea what you're saying, but you're welcoming me, right? How have you been, Sieg? Scree. Estelle. Oh. There she is. And the other two, too. Chloe. Been a while, huh? It has. Aw. Whoa, what's wrong, Chloe? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You suffered so much, and I can't do anything. I can't do anything to help my friends. I'm such a wretch. Hey, don't say that. I'm glad you care so much. I'm sure Josh would feel the same way. I'm just happy to see you again. Me too. Thank Adius we're able to meet again. Good grief, you two are dramatic even off the stage. Hey Estelle, I think we saw each other last at the birthday celebrations, right? Hi Jill. Yeah, that's about right. And Hans too. Hello. Hi Estelle, everyone. I'd love to chat, but I think we need to put that aside for a minute. You guys are here at Bracer business, right? The Dean wants to see you. We'll show you the way. And here's Dumbledore. Dean Collins. Yes, I see. So you suspect this white shadow is originating from the Academy grounds? Yes, sir, it seems like it is. The Guild would like permission to investigate the Academy grounds, sir. May we have permission to check the campus thoroughly and interview the students? Certainly. Given the circumstances, I would ask you to investigate in truth. While I have little idea what this white shadow could be, if it is affecting the election, we simply cannot sit idle and let it be. Thanks, sir. So, you mentioned not knowing what the white shadow might be. Alas, no. No one's reported anything of the sort to me. Jill, has anyone come to the student council about such a thing? Nope, not a peep. It was exam crunch time, though. Nobody really had time to come say so much as hi to us anyway. I see. That would make sense. Huh? I think I'm lost. Here at the Royal Academy, there are periodic exams which determine if you proceed to the next grade. Even if the students saw something, they might just choose to ignore it and focus on studying. I have to admit, I'm probably be one of them. I know I'd rather get one more formula in my head than focus on something that might just be my sleep-deprived mind playing tricks on me. Whoa, are the exams really that intense? Oh, can't they be? Don't miss those. Wow, they work you students to the bone. But as of today, the exams are done, sweet mercy of Adios, and people are going to be a lot more relaxed. People were going to start talking about ghost stories. Today's a day for it. There is a converse to this. If rumors spread too far, it will be too hard to divine the truth. If we wish to hear the stories from the witnesses themselves, we must act today. Well then, you may begin your investigation immediately. Jill, Hans, Chloe, I expect you to give them your full support. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. So, first off, if we're investigating something, we need a headquarters. Someone might come to the student council with information, so you can use our meeting room. That'll be perfect, let's go. It's in the other building. Oh, teleported to it. Perfect. Okay, let's divide up the jobs. Zarksic! I'm doing dungeons! Perfect. We're playing visual novel mode on this game anyway, so it's perfect. I'm gonna make you explain the whole early plot to me at some point. Oh man, alright, I'll always do well, you can always just ask me. It's Joshua's still lost, and Estelle is hell-bent on finding him, but we have to investigate other things to lead us towards this Society of Ouroboros. So we're investigating all of that now. We're hunting a ghost right now. Story time, nice, yes. This is gonna be a story time run through, cause I am Lurk Enjoy. Okay, perfect. Yeah, cause I got the encounters, turn off encounters quartz, and I'm one-shotting everything so far. It's gonna be like that till like chapter 7, so go ahead and get comfy for the visual novel trails. Durazard and I will go question the teachers. They should be in the staff room right now. After that, we'll hunt down the rest of the staff and interrogate them too. Leave it to us. It shouldn't take long. Hans will check the records in the reference room and see if anything like this has happened around here before. Understood. Estelle and Chloe will be in charge of interviewing students. Okay. We'll do our best. Dorothy, Olivier, you two, investigate the grounds as you see fit. I'll trust, your artist's intuition to find something. Leave it to me. I'll do my best. Okay, so everyone, try and finish up your investigations by nightfall and return here. Alright, fall out. And there they go. So we get to run around with Chloe for a bit. Princess Claudia. She really is good at this, huh? I noticed it during the school festival, too. She can be pretty silly at times, but I guess she leads the student council for a reason. Well, she does want to become a politician, kind of like Maybelle of Bose. She was really frustrated when the election began. She kept going on about how she could have been a candidate if she were 10 years older. Well, I guess she could be, yeah. Oh yeah, I was wondering, how much do Jill and Hans know about you, Chloe? I know you mentioned once they nicknamed you. Yes, they did. They essentially know everything. They saw through my disguise about halfway into my first year here. Aside from them, only the Dean knows my true identity. That makes sense, I guess. They do seem pretty comfortable hanging out with you, even though they know about your important royal stuff. Yes, just like you, Estelle. You're the best friends I have. Come on, you're embarrassed to be here. Anyhow, let's go find some students to interrogate. Did you see anything weird during the test period should be good enough without raising suspicion, right? Yes, that should keep rumors from spreading, I think. Remember though, some of the students may be back in their dormitories already. Good point, we'll look there too. Off we go out questioning then. Nice found trails, even if when I was playing through this initially the first time. These games, especially the first the first two rather, the first game and the second one, these games really are like a, how do you say, they have that bedtime story aesthetic to them, I guess is the best way to put it. So I'm really calming about these games, and I can put this on. Okay. So I want her to be a mage. Arthon gear, okay. Do I have an art? Says Mind Orb. Nope, Mind Orb. Now, the stakes are much higher this time around, but it still has that calming aesthetic to it. That bedtime story kind of chill aesthetic to it. So, and save as well. That Chloe is equipped. Alright. The Chibi's help too. The Chibi sprites. Here's Dorothy doing her job. Dorothy, what are you doing? I'm taking beautiful pictures of the cafeteria. I got some really cute shots of the seafood jelly. It's so jiggly. Pretty good, huh? I don't know what I expected. You keep up the good work, Dorothy. Here's Olivier. Ah, why if it isn't Estelle? How's it going, Olivier? Turn anything up? Marvelous, or so I imagine. I left that business to Dorothy. More importantly, I heard tell of a dorm for the female students. Oh boy, I wonder where this is going. I'm urgently searching for it. For the girls' dorm? Why the heck are you searching for that? Well, I think I can kinda guess, but that should be obvious. To safeguard the place where these maidens lay themselves to sleep. Naturally. I knew I was gonna go there. How, expected of you. It would, after all, be far too late once the foul hands of evil disturb their peace and put them in danger, you see. Oh yes, incidentally, Estelle, I believe you have spent some time at this academy before. Perhaps you could guide me to the dorm? I'm a little busy right now, so another time. You know those foul hands of evil I'm going to safeguard the girls' dorm from. Fucking Olivier. Here's the boys' dorm. Now, nothing's marked, so I have to go talk to everybody. Is there anything odd during the exam period, you ask? I wonder. Come on. Nothing. Okay. Next room. Nobody. Okay, upstairs. First room. Dennis. Wow, I'm busy right now. Odd occurrences during the exams. No, nothing really. Okay, next room. No one's in here. Okay. That's the boys' dorm. Completely empty. Caden. Strange events during the exam period. No, I don't really know of anything. Try asking someone else. I'm trying to find people. There's a janitor. I guess I've seen anything. Girls' dorm. Out of the hands of Olivier. Nope, nobody. Excuse me. And how come no one ever told me? Whoa. I already said that I'd spend my vacation sightseeing across Liberal. Why am I being forced to return home now? Felicity, please, calm yourself. No, I refuse. This time I will say my piece. Tests are finally over, and I was finally starting to plan all the things I want to do for my vacation. So why is a return ticket to the Empire conveniently shown up on my doorstep now of all times? You've been plotting against me with grandfather, haven't you? Man, hard to get a word in edgewise. Let's just see what happens. I truly believe it would be in your best interest to keep those complaints to yourself for now. It can only serve to make things worse. Take care and have a nice day. Alright, Cryptic Crow. Thank you so much for popping by. It was good talking to you. So you have yourself a good night. And stay warm. Stay warm during this cold. Excuse me? Excuse me? Have you forgotten your place? How dare you speak to your mistress in such a manner? Oops. Pardon us. I did try to warn you. Ahem. Do you need something from me? Yeah, sorry to butt in while you're busy. We're in the middle of an investigation, you see. The cell explained that they were looking into any strange events that might have occurred during the exam period. I see. You've come about that little incident. Reina, please, that's enough. I can hardly bear to recall such horrors. Did something happen? Indeed. In fact, what we saw would qualify as more than strange. It was a human form floating in the air. Ah. Reina! Please, tell me everything you saw in as much detail as possible. I would love to. I believe I could share enough information for the both of us. Is that acceptable, Felicity? Fine. Do whatever you want. It was the night before exams. Very suddenly, Felicity said there was someone outside the window. Oh, joy of joys, this already sounds like the start of some ghost story. When I peeked out the window, I saw a human form floating above the schoolhouse, just as she said. It spun, as if blown by the wind. Ooh. Eventually, it disappeared towards the back of the schoolhouse. And then came the worst part of all. My lady, being struck by fear, climbed into my bed, and surely that part isn't relevant to your investigation, Reina. Yeah, no need to be that specific. Oh, I see. A pity, just as it was getting interesting, too. Anyway, to make a long story short, a human shape appeared in the sky above the schoolhouse, spun around, and vanished back towards the backside of the schoolhouse. Yes, that's correct. Does that have any help? More than helpful. Thanks a lot. We couldn't have asked for a better testimony, really. Alright, I should jot this down in my notebook right away. Ready. Oh. Next room, no one's in here. Alright. Another student, strange events during exams. Nothing in particular happened, but how interesting. Mysterious phenomena assaulting the academy. Oh my. I might be able to use it in the novel I'm planning. Purity. Purity. Auditorium. Nothing up here. Nope. Oh, this is the auditorium. It's where the play took place. It's strange, isn't it? It was only a few months ago, and yet you can't help but reminisce. Yeah. The chibi sprites of them. Much more dramatic in the remake. A whole lot happened after that. Our calm, serene princess, Joshua, has left us. Now it's just us on the stage. Having no supporting cast feels kind of strange, you know? It does. Say, Estelle, may I make a small confession? Sure? Ooh. I liked Joshua. I mean, you know, affectionately. I was a bit attracted to him from the moment we met. What? I see. I actually kind of figured. It always sort of seemed that way. That kiss scene at the end of the play, I won't deny it sent my heart racing. I kept apologizing quietly to you even as I threw myself into the role. I was all set to really kiss him at the end, not just pretend. Really? You're a lot braver than I thought, Chloe. Julia says I always do things that make her worry. But then when Mayor Dalmore pointed that gun at you, Estelle, Joshua's eyes. I've never seen eyes so full of murderous rage. And it was all because you're that important to him. That's when I gave up, because I realized I never had a chance against that. I don't know, I think it might be a little too early for you to give up. I mean, honestly, Chloe, I can't hope to compare to you. Oh, Estelle, you're so silly when it comes to this sort of thing. You really have no idea just how charming you are. Man, I pay you a compliment, you poke fun at me. Come on, Chloe, I was serious. But that's just it. So was I. I love that about you, Estelle. Your open honesty. And I think Joshua feels the same way. I guess Joshua and I are a bit alike in that sense. You know, I did notice that, kind of. You're both smart, level-headed, polite. To be honest, I totally told Joshua you two would be great together because of that. Until I met everyone here, I was very lonely. I think in that sense, I was a little like Joshua before he met you. If there's a difference between us, it would be our strength. Your strength? Like how? Grandmother wishes very much to name me the next queen, especially after what happened recently. I guess it would be for the best, all things considered, but if I become queen, I'll never be Chloe Rins again. I will be Claudia von Auslays forevermore, burdened with power and responsibility. I'd never again get to hug those orphans, or talk to my friends casually, or attend class. The very idea terrifies me. Yet I feel so pathetic for not having the strength to return to that solitude when it's necessary. I still haven't given grandmother a proper answer. Chloe. In that sense, Joshua is stronger than I could ever hope to be. I'm sure that he, more than anyone, didn't want to be separated from you. But even so, he disappeared so as not to involve you in what he felt was his own problem. Joshua is strong on some level, yeah, but I don't think that's the kind of strength you should admire. It's the role of a queen to rule a whole country. Of course you're hesitating, it's natural. Heck, what'd be really worrying would be if you wanted without hesitating, like Dunan. Being worried and unsure about whether you'll be good and still trying anyway. That's why you'll be an amazing queen, Chloe. Estelle. But Joshua didn't hesitate. He barely thought twice. He left us, behind as if it were the most natural thing in the world. That's something I can't forgive him for. Estelle. You're right. It is unforgivable. Why is it the cute ones are always the ones who don't understand the girl's feelings? Especially the ones... And don't forget the... when I start chittering. I'm so glad we're friends, Chloe. I don't have many people I can open up to quite like this. Neither do I. Although, all we've been talking about are embarrassing things, really. Oh, please don't misunderstand me, though. I don't feel that way about Joshua at all now. Don't worry, it's okay. I kinda learned the hard way that love isn't something you should try and hold back. I guess my dad would totally call us both a couple of dumb kids. Thank you, Estelle. Well, to be honest, if I said I didn't have any feelings left toward him, I'd be lying. But more than anything, I want to see you two happy together and... Don't worry, I get it. Anyway, we spent a bit too much time with girl talk, I think. Want to get back to interviewing the students? Yes, we should. Let's try to talk to everyone before nightfall. Tender moments. One of the highs of the series in general is those kinds of moments. They're very, very well done. I know some, especially some games, they really fumble those kinds of moments. They just don't. It's the dialogue, I think. Quality of dialogue writing can vary significantly in those kinds of scenes in these games. Roadie. Exams are over. Strange events during exams. No, don't remember anything. Strange events. It's no different than any other exam period. I was busy from morning till night studying. Not misled at all. Humanities, Alice. Oh, another Alice. Strange events during the exam period. Sorry, weird stuff's not on my radar. I've only got my eye on cute stuff. I don't remember seeing anything weird. Nope. At the back. Aha. Mickey. Man, I'm hungry. Huh? You want something? Yeah. Actually, we had a question. This looks like they were looking at any strange events that might have occurred during the exam period. Strange events? Like, did you see anything weird or hear any odd sounds? Anything you might have noticed would be helpful. Odd sounds? Don't make me remember all that creepy stuff. Did you see something? Yeah, I haven't actually told anyone before you guys, though. I saw someone suspicious. Really? Could you give us the details? Okay, sure. I was hanging out behind a schoolhouse on my way back home, right? It's a great place to chill during tests, no one's ever there. So I was walking around near the rear gate on my way back, when this white floating person suddenly flew past. I'm sure it looked like a person. No way I could have seen it wrong. A white human form. That matches what the other witnesses have said. So what happened after that? He floated off towards the rear gate. After that, I didn't see him. I see, so he disappeared towards the rear gate. Yeah, this is good intel. I should write this down in my notebook. I agree. This is valuable testimony. So, is that enough? I'm starving and I want to grab some food. Sorry, you're all good. Thanks for the help. Well, not sure what's going on, but good luck or whatever. And there he goes. Mr. Mickey. Okay, so I actually don't remember how many there are, but I'm gonna check every room. Oh, here's the faculty lounge. It's about that thing Jill mentioned a bit ago. Something about searching for people who saw something suspicious, or yes, I'm insisting an investigation. It's good to go out and be social once in a while. Good luck, your teacher's cheering for you. Yes, thank you very much. What Jill has to say. Oh, hello you two. How goes the investigation? We'll handle this part, so we'll leave the students to you. Shara. Did anything strange happen? Anything you noticed that struck you? Anything at all? Huh? Strange events. Sorry, but there wasn't anything. Teachers don't know shit. Oh, that's the dean's office. So upstairs. You will sweep. Is this an actual door? No, it's not. Okay. Here we go. I like how this guy's name is Logic. Like the rapper. How's Whip Mommy been? She's been okay. She's been definitely keeping Estelle focused on her task at hand. Actually, yes, we'd like to ask you a question. Oh, what's up? So Estelle explained that they were looking into any strange events that might have occurred during exam period. Strange events? No, there wasn't anything in particular, so I can be of more help. Nah, no worries. Well, thanks for your time. If anything else comes up, let me know. The Whip Mommy. I did her limit break earlier, and her sprite is as jiggly as her 3D model in the remake. They made great efforts to make sure certain physics details were noticeable even during this time when they used the sprites. So explain they're looking at strange events that might occur during exam period. Strange events? I don't think there was anything. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm of no help whatsoever. Don't let it bother you. Anyway, let's go check with the other people. Thanks, Rochelle. No problem. Velma, nope, nothing. Ah, here we go. Patrick! They did good. They did real good. Oh, Chloe. Patrick Tesco. Well enough, I guess. More importantly, Patrick, may we have a moment? Sure, what is it? So actually, looking for any strange events might have occurred during exams. Strange events, you say? I do have something that might be along that line, sort of, but it's fine if you don't know the exact details. Just tell us everything that happened at the time. Alright. Well, actually, I saw this humanoid form flying in the sky. Oh. Could you tell us everything you remember about that? Sure, it's on one of the exam nights. I had stayed behind the classroom to study. I thought I noticed something move outside the window. I thought maybe the wind had picked up or something, so I went to close the window, and I saw this white shadowy form floating outside. White shadowy form. So what happened next? Unfortunately, I lost sight of it immediately. It sort of just disappeared towards the east. You still mean to disappear towards the back of the schoolhouse, right? Yeah. So you remembered a lot of details. Well, it's quite an interesting phenomenon. I wrote some simple notes down thinking I'd research it later. Research? Patrick is a student of the sciences, after all. I see. Was I of any help? Yeah, definitely. That was valuable testimony. I'll get that down in my notebook right away. Patrick, thank you. Not at all. It was a minor request. Okay, I don't know if there's like one more classroom. Jerome. No, nothing. Nikita. Nothing. Okay. Look at what there's on a chalkboard. Looks like chemistry to me. It might be a orbital circuitry though. Okay. Nothing. Okay, so other than the dean, I think that's it. Yeah, nothing. Okay, this is what he said earlier. Oh, okay, so I got everything. Holy crap, it's late already. I think we've gotten just about everything we can from the students. Shall we head back to the student council room? Yeah, let's. With any luck, we can put together what we've heard with everyone else and figure out what's up. Alrighty. This way. Any updates on Joshua the stream? Nothing so far. He's still with those Capo pirates. The only thing regarding Joshua is Chloe admitted to Estelle that she had a crush on Joshua. And they kind of sorted that out. I'm going the wrong way. Actually checking here. But no, nothing on his location yet. I might hit something I don't actually know though. Joshua. Oh, and Olivier said he was. Olivier started crying because they mentioned that they dressed up Joshua as a princess, and Olivier was mad he didn't get to see it. There we go. Why'd you have to break his sister wife's heart? Yeah. Hey, you're back. All right, everyone. Reports. Hit me in the face. His sister wife, his stepsister wife. Well, most of our interviews with the staff are fruitless. Only the school janitor saw someone suspicious. The suspect seemed to disappear right outside the gate to the old schoolhouse, apparently. Yeah, the teaching staff were all too busy preparing for the tests, so nobody saw anything useful. The cafeteria lady and Fauna, the receptionist, also didn't have much to say. I was kind of afraid of that. Well, for our part, we heard some interesting stories from 3 students in particular. So I reported Patrick, Mickey, and Felicity's stories to the group. All of them centered around the rear of the school grounds near the old schoolhouse. That strikes me as too similar to be mere coincidence. I got some results too. I took 30 pictures of the students and teachers and 50 of the school scenery. They're all really cute. I love this place. Sadly, my efforts failed to shine. I did, however, cause several beautiful kittens to flock to the siren call of my lute. So you two accomplished literally nothing. Like at all. I mean, I wasn't expecting much, but come on. But I'll leave me for last, I suppose. I looked over the records for any similar cases. Problem is, everything here is so new, there's nothing really in the way of ghost stories and whatnot. Anything remotely relevant centers around the old schoolhouse. Taking pictures of students' game can't help but be sus, yeah. Yep. Japan, go to Japan. The old schoolhouse again. It's suspicious no matter how you look at the case. I'm a little unclear. What is the history of that building? It's the original Janus building. It's been around for centuries as far as I know. The new campus was finished about 20 years ago? The school moved here and the old place has been closed off ever since. Wait, hang on, it's closed off, but I thought we popped in there during the school festival. Unfortunately, some of the very dangerous monsters that have been wandering around got in after you left. We've had to leave it slightly locked and abandoned ever since. Oh my, a stone ruin dating back centuries. It strikes me as the perfect haunt for a ghost. Thanks to Heap for pointing that out. Well, I really don't want to go, but it's not like we have any other leads. It's getting pretty late though, so how about we check it out tomorrow? Yeah. Why, Estelle, whatever makes now a bad time. It doesn't seem that late. Well, you see, it's almost nightfall, and it might be dangerous, with the monsters and stuff. It'll be a bit of a challenge during the day, so I imagine it'd be stupidly dangerous at night. Oh, but is that not the point? The truly terrifying manifests best under the light of the moon. If there is any time to grasp the true nature of our specter, it is now. Yeah. You gotta get ghost pictures at night. It's the law. Or something. The law in Looney Land, maybe. Huh? Estelle, what's wrong? I don't know, I thought I saw something outside the window. Uh-oh. Sort of a whitish shadow. Probably just Sieg. Hold on. A white shadow. Ooh. Ooh. Can't wait to see this in 3D. Bowed, and there he goes. Estelle? What's... Estelle? Elle. Estelle, wake up. Huh? Estelle, you're awake. Oh, thank goodness. You had a sweating there, Estelle. So, how do you feel? I think I'm okay. Wait, this is the girls' dorm, right? Why am I... Wait, I saw it! I saw the white shadow right out that window! And then it... You know, honey, calm down. You really did see it. So you really did see a ghost. Estelle, what did the white shadow look like? Well, it was a man dressed in old-fashioned clothes like an opera getup or something and wearing a mask. He danced in circles and he was glowing. He flew off towards the old schoolhouse. Whoa, what a neato ghost. I'm going to hazard a guess that this matches the description you've heard before, right? I figured the old schoolhouse would have something to do with this. Screw it. What? I don't know, is this a spook or a dude with an airship in his pants or whatever? If he's gonna run around looking crazy and scaring people and making them faint, I'm gonna beat him to a pulp once and for all. Beat him to a pulp? And what exactly happened to your fear of ghosts? I was scared of ghosts because I wasn't sure if they existed or could rip my soul out or something. Now that I've seen one, I ain't afraid of no ghost. Not at all. If I see it again, I'm gonna polish my staff with its face. I'm not sure if this is courage or if she's gone off the deep end. Oh, Estelle. Let's see. Checking the time. Alright, I got the key to the back gate from the teachers. Received back gate key. Thanks, Hans. Let's get into the schoolhouse, punch this ghost in the face, and drag him back to the guild. We're finally entering Estelle's element, it seems. Well then, let us begin our test of courage. Monsters may have taken root in the ruin, so only those skilled at the art of combat should enter. A good idea. Dorothy can come, but I'm afraid our student friends need to remain here. Yeah, I know. We'll leave everything to you big, tough fighting types. We'll be waiting here in case something happens. Sherazard? May I accompany you? Princess. I don't think it would be very wise for you to do something this dangerous. The children at the orphanage have seen this, whatever it is. I cannot simply let it be. I've also been inside the old schoolhouse on a few occasions. I think I may be able to help. I see. Well, you certainly proved you're quite the fighter during the coup. Alright then, just be careful. I will, I promise. Okay then, let's head into the schoolhouse and catch us a ghost. Yeah. Good Dorothy. Okay. So let me go over their equipment real fast. Make sure they're still equipped. Sometimes they unequip stuff when they leave the party. You gotta re-equip them. Let's double check. Oh, they're all set. Okay, perfect. Backplate is locked. Locked. There we go. Excellent. I'll go ahead and save too. Loading times are increasing. I wonder if that game is got a memory leak or if it's just loading in general. Eventually it'll load, right? Good thing I saved. I don't remember if it did this before. Oh, here we go. I don't think any of the games gave me issue with loading screens. There we go. Old schoolhouse. So this is the old schoolhouse. Appropriately spooky, I think. Now we're getting somewhere. I can feel my blood begin to sing with the terror of it all. I'm getting goosebumps. Yeah, you two sure seem terrified, alright. Oh. What's up? Estelle, on the door. This is a card? Great. Let's see what's written on it. Oh, uninvited wanderers, welcome unto my transient abode. If you do not fear the curse of 1,000 years, then hasten to join me. The first curse is in the great room. The hollow flame shall guide thee. Oh! The card was engulfed in flame and burned away. By the goddess. Oh, maybe it's spontaneous combustion. I've heard that happens with spooky poltergeists. Ooh. Ooh. Game free. Yeah, this schoolhouse is fucking cursed. When I was here in the first game's remake, this is actually where my internet fucking died. My ISP screwed me over that night. And now we're having chugging issues with the game. What a provocative little ghost we have. Attempting to riddle us, is he? Oh, it's on now. I'll teach him not to mess with real living people. As long as you can keep that brave face on, we'll be okay. The riddle, though. A hollow flame shall guide thee. I'd be willing to guess the Great Room is the big entry hall just beyond. We'll need to investigate it. Right, come on. Okay, so... I remember the layout here and where I'm supposed to go. Here? Again, nothing is... There's no maps, and nothing is... Nothing is marked, so it's gonna be a scanning. You have to scan everything manually. What did that thing say? There we go. Troll Academy, Schoolhouse. First curse in the Great Room, the Hollow Flame shall guide thee. I think that's one of the torches is out. Is out? Yep, right here. A hollow flame. I guess you could think of a candlestick that way. This is the only one that isn't lit. Let me take a look. There's a card within the candlestick. The second curse is within the classroom. Seek the south-facing student. The card bursts into flames. Ah! Well, at least the answer was right. So a classroom this time, and a south-facing student in an empty school. If I remember correctly, there are 4 classrooms total in left wing, 2 on each floor. Well, let's check them all and keep an eye on our compass. Here we are. Here, a chest. Look here for here. South-facing students. Okay, not in there. Back downstairs. All the other desks are messed up, but this one looks okay. And it is facing south precisely. I suspect this is what we're looking for. Let me take a look. There's a card in the desk's cavity. Cavity? I would have just said inside the desk. The third curse lies within the garden. Seek ye the fallen neck. The card bursts into flames. Yow! Well, that was right, at least, but where's the next one? The fallen neck in the garden. A metaphor, clearly, but for what? What marvelous mystery. It's all good to Olivier. Unfortunately, because it's all good to Olivier, that's why he's kind of fucking weird. Okay, try to get outside. This door is locked. The door is locked. Use back gate key. Does that actually open it? Key doesn't fit. Okay. What's in here? Nothing. Oh, this is the exit. There we go. Another chest. Bunch of Sepith. Could come in. Oh, it's like 10 each. What about here? Oh, nothing. Check upstairs then. In the remake, there's actually a rest spot here. This way. A fallen neck in the garden. This matches the requirements in a way. Yeah, this looks like it. Look. The stone planter held a card and an old key. Now thine curse is realized. Overcome the final trial and stand before me. Boom. The card burst into flames. Rusted key. That's the end of the riddles, I think. I hope. I hope thine curse is realized. It's just a metaphor, though. Regardless, he wishes us to use the key. Let's find a lock it might open. Which, speaking of, we just found a door. Back inside. Back downstairs. Go and save. I'm gonna start saving often if my game's gonna act weird like this. Alright. The door is locked. Use rusty key. There we go. Ooh. Is this a statue of a dragon? The statue's been here for as long as I can remember. Apparently it's carved in the image of a dragon who used to reside in Liberal. There's something off here. Let me take a look at this fine dragon, see if there's anything. Victory? Ooh. Secret passage. For something like this to be beneath the statue. Not a bad little plan. This is getting quite exhilarating. Yeah, someone's really trying to make this fun. If this was a touristy trap place, I'd bet it'd get a lot of guests. But, you know, something about all this seems weird. Like, beyond what you'd expect. Like those cards, doesn't it seem weird for a ghost? Yes, it would seem difficult for an incorporeal spirit to do all this. One way or another, we're matching wits with something which clearly intends to challenge us. Stay sharp, we need to head down there. Well said, Shira. Into the basement. Ah, here we go. Bing, 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 bing. Huh? The enemy is upon us. I want to know what the hell that thing is. I want to know what that's going to look like in 3D. I don't know what the... I don't know what I'm looking at. It's like a flying carpet. Or a rug. Like a rug monster. Biblically accurate rug. There we go. Ooh, this one's tanky. Okay. We'll see how he likes this one. Weak to earth and fire. Figures. So this spell was busted in the first one. Yeah, it looks like it's not so busted in the second one. That's fine though. Ah, you got a critical. Alright, Olivier, gun down this rug.
Enjoy the show.
Thank you, Troy Baker. That was a couple pieces of cake, I think. So this place is some kind of underground ruin? Yes, it seems so. The architecture is similar to buildings from the Middle Ages. I had no idea a place like this was so close to the academy. The monsters in this place are as thick as hopper chiefs in a wine cellar. This ruin must be the trial mentioned in the card, then. Yes, bringing unarmed civilians in with us would be exceptionally foolish. Hey, Dorothy. Huh? What's up? You were listening, right? It'll be very dangerous ahead, and I'd hate to see you get hurt. Would you mind waiting for us in the room we just came through? Aw, but... I wanted to get some awesome ghost pictures. Don't worry, Dorothy. We'll come back if we find anything, okay? You can get your awesome pictures then, right? Well, if I gotta. Be careful, okay, guys? Goodbye, Dorothy. Well then, shall we? The monsters here are incredibly ferocious. Let's proceed carefully and fight only when necessary. Right. Of course. Naturally. Okay, so they're tanky, but they're not, like, dangerous. They don't actually hurt me. Still, my defense set is too high, so... I don't recall the pathway through this place, so I'm just gonna wander around a bit. Always left. Relative left. Laser, it's more chapter gear. And normally chapter gear would be the best equipment you can get for said chapter. This goes down. A chest. A trap chest, of course. Wow, morale kind of sucks in this game. Morale gets 20% strength. And that's it. Meanwhile, later games and in the remake, morale gives you the strength up, defense up, and the limit break gauge. This, however, is a lot stronger. Wow, they all have death throws. That's crazy. Okay. The good news is I don't think buffs stack in these old games. Not in the old Trails 1, 2, and 3 at least. You just get the one stack and that's it. Cast 2 would be nice at the time. Oh, this must be it. Another one of those flying rugs. Fairly accurate rugs. Now, I don't want to waste that. I want to still just use their arts really because this will be the fast way to get through these monsters. Yep. Nah, I guess these other ones are immune to physical, so lockdown. That's right, clockdown used to be a thing. I guess it's not anymore. It used to be. Now the strat in this game. If you play it normally, you need to clock up yourself and clock down the enemy. And then you have like infinite turns. We'll destroy these guys. I'm gonna attack the rock. There we go. Alright, Estelle, show him your stick. Go ahead and save again. I don't want this game like crashing or something. Always left. Relative left. Recharge. Tear bomb. Serum power. Power? Powder. Reviving bomb. Okay. This way. Keep left. Relative left. Isometric camera. Gonna throw me off. Oh. Charge. Okay. Ah, okay. So this is where the boss is. Why don't we say it? Good thing I don't need any items in here. Okay, I was just making sure I did put in everything. Save again. We'll just overwrite this one. Alright. Hey. You have a shadow and are tangible, but so somehow I doubt you're a ghost. Perhaps you'd be so kind as to introduce yourself then. Ha ha ha. Welcome, my guests, to my humble transient abode. This mess is cool as fuck. I receive you with open arms. Your host will not disappoint, I assure you. A mask! He's exactly as you and Polly described him, Estelle. So then, you are the ghost who has been disturbing Ruan. Indeed I am, Princess Claudia. It is the greatest pleasure to meet you in person, at last. How do you know who Chloe is? My pet. There is nothing, no item or secret on this plane or above, which I cannot take. But I am uncouth, and have not yet introduced myself to my guests. Allow me then. I am Enforcer number 10, the mysterious, gentlemanly phantom thief, Blue Blanc. That is to say, the Enforcer number X of the Society of Ouroboros. Ouroboros? The Society? Such murderous, withering glares. I assure you they are not necessary. Today, I am merely here to perform a simple, trivial experiment. Not even the slightest hair on my body has any intention of conflict with you. An experiment? Wait, that's the black orb Colonel Richard had. The Gospel. Quite. Except unless my eyes deceive me, that one is even larger than the last. Interesting. It is as he said then. You already know of these. The Gospel I hold is a new model, developed for the purpose of experiments such as this. It has proven quite the aid in my tests over the past few days. Tests? What are you doing here exactly? What indeed? As they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Allow me to show you in person. Ooh. The ghost! No, it seems to be a projection of some sort cast into the air using that device. I've never heard of such a device being invented. Naturally not. This is a hologram projector that we developed. Of course, the projector on its own can cast images little farther than this, but with the power of the gospel, one can do such things such as this. Ah! Holy! Ooh, spooky. There he goes. Well, the concept is clear enough, I think. The good citizens of Rouen received a once-in-a-lifetime performance. They should be thrilled. Unbelievable. This whole thing has been for the purpose of creating a few pranks? Pranks? Such an insult to my performances. It was a gift of enjoyment and distraction to a city suffering the stresses of a heated election. Can you not see the beauty of such a gift? Okay, I kinda get what you're doing, I think, but tell me, why did you do all this? Why did you scare so many people? What does Ouroboros have planned? But it is not my place to speak the mind and purpose of the Grand Master. Forgive me. Why I myself am here, assisting in the plan, however, is simple. I have come seeking an audience with you, Princess Claudia. What? Your beautiful pride, which was on such magnificent display when you brought justice upon the old mayor. I agreed to participate in this plan, to claim that beauty for my own. Oh, I have waited to stay on pins and needles for months. You cannot imagine my joy. What? Justice upon... You mean what happened with Mayor Dalmore? Wait, how the hell do you know about that? I was a fly in the wall for that little event. Or perhaps a shadow. Like this, for example. Master is speaking of Duke Doonan, you see. You were in the Dalmore mansion. He was the butler. He was the fucking butler! A phantom thief is, in essence, a worshipper of beauty. We chase it, we covet it. And that which is prideful cannot help but captivate us. Princess, your pride has stolen my heart. Indeed, you have stolen the heart of a phantom thief. Ah, what sweet humiliation this is. My pet, how do you intend to atone for such a slight upon me? I don't really... Such perfect self-absorption. Just like a certain someone I know, Oh, I beg you, do not compare me to that. So you're an agent of Ouroboros. You aren't what I was expecting, but... If you're gonna try and hurt Chloe, I'm definitely gonna stop you. Estelle. Well, in accordance with the laws of the Bracer Guild, you are hereby under arrest and charged with intrusion and theft, among other charges. We have a number of questions for you, including ones about the gospel. Please, surrender quietly. How boorish. Arrest? Me? While it would be invigorating to have a little fracas, I did choose this place for a reason. I shall allow him to be your opponent, I believe. What do you... Ooh. What the... I would say I have a bad feeling, but somehow I feel it's too obvious. Oh, goodness. And here comes the piano man. Holy hell, he's a big bastard, isn't he? Oh my goodness. What the heck is that thing? Some kind of armored centaur machine. Quite. It seems he was once the guardian of this place. The poor chap was half broken when I arrived. I repaired him out of the kindness of my heart, you see. Since he's here, I think he could serve as a worthy opponent, don't you? You have to be kidding. It's coming. On your guard. Oh. Now, normally this would be frightening, but... we'll be okay. Always okay. You know, I I remember using chain attacks quite a bit, but oh, I'm not actually in any. Okay. Hurricane, we'll try and kill some of these little mobs. I don't think the fight ends till everything is dead. There we go. It actually, so like I said, it took me years to get through these games, but actually going through this again is actually... There are some things that happen in later games that makes more sense on the second playthrough, I think. Mostly because it's a refresher, right? Typically, you wouldn't really hold on to certain details of the early games because, well, it doesn't occur to you that they're actually going to be relevant later on. Okay, so... Crap. I don't have S-Craft on Olivier just yet. We'll see it another time then. Alright, Shira. Why don't you whip him? Give him a little spanking.
Someone's been naughty.
Goodness. Oh. I don't like where the impact part is on the centaur. Well, I guess he's a centaur, right? It's not quite hitting the spot. Okay, let's give him the wheel of time. This is gonna look sick in the remake. A lot of it's gonna look sick in the remake. Here we go. Still alive. Damn. Eat this. Oh, eat this. There we go. Kablooey! And he's down. Aww. He broke his toy. I don't know if Chloe is the same voice actress. I think Christina V voices her, but I don't know if that's the case for this game. Might be, might not be. Might could be. Might could not be. We won, I think. Yes, that was a bit of a struggle. Now then, you are, I hope, prepared for the consequences of what you've done. Really now? Such a lack of elegance in your fighting styles. I'd hope for better. Well, if I must, let me show you a proper example of elegance. Flum! What? The torches! Agil! Oh. This is shadow sewing. Impossible. Apologies, my guests, but I must ask that you remain still from this point forward. You seemed surprised when Dalmore's treasure did this. However, for we enforcers, such abilities are trivial, even without such crutches. No, we were too careless. Ooh. Scree! Here comes the Sieg! Sieg! Oh, he got his shadow too, though. Ah, there you are, courageous little white knight. Your chivalrous bravery is admirable, but I must ask you to remain still for a while. Ah, my Princess Claudia, you are now a prisoner to my desires. Ew. How does it feel, I wonder? Do not think that this will break me. Even if you bind my body, you shall never enslave my heart. So long as I am myself, you will never take me. Yes, yes, those eyes that shine with such beautiful pride, which say I will never break. That shine is what I desire. You are everything I hope for. Hey, cut the crap, okay? Oh, she actually turned. Creepy mask dude. Get the hell away from Chloe. Creepy mask dude, really. Did not understand the beauty of this mask. You have a very dim understanding of refinement, pet. I ask you, be silent. My apologies. You've simply made a very crude mistake. I'm afraid I couldn't help but give an innocent chuckle. Oh? This should be amusing, in the way watching a pig wallow in mud is captivating. And what, exactly, is my mistake, Bard? I certainly wouldn't deny Claudia's beauty, not even for a moment. Her beauty, however, extends far beyond the estimation your frail, tasteless aesthetic provides. Oh man, it's a charisma battle. Charisma stat versus charisma stat. May approach her again when you have learned the first thing about beauty, Jester of the Grandmaster. What? Your words are bold in the face of death, Erebonian. But what gives vagabond musician scum such as yourself any right to insult my sense of beauty? Choose your next words carefully. They will determine your fate. Then I shall phrase them as a question. What is beauty? You disappoint. I expected more than such foolishness. Beauty is pride, a distant light gleaming far above mortal cares. Indeed, can any other answer even be allowed? I think not. Really, I can't even laugh at such an answer. True beauty, Blue Blanc of Ouroboros, is love. What? Beauty only exists because people are brave enough to love. And without love, without the bonds of affection and camaraderie that bind us together, beauty is not but a hollow illusion. The prideful and the humble both shine as a diamond in love. Ah, how childish. Love is the hollow illusion, you cloddish jongler. Jongler? I almost read that as jonkler. Fucking jongler. Cloddish jongler. I'm gonna say that one to call Doomguy and see how he reacts. Beauty is an absolute. Its existence does not depend on transient human emotions. Yes, just as the flower that blooms on the highest mountain unseen by man remains beautiful in anonymity. Cloddish jongler indeed. Not so much for the raw terror and suspense at any rate. I'm not quite sure what to say to all this. Never would I have expected to find a proper rival in the ways of beauty among such ruin. Musician, give me your name. Olivier Lenheim, a wandering bard and hunter of love, roaming to and fro in search of its perfect manifestation. Olivier Lenheim. I shall remember that name. Hey, I finally found you guys. And here comes Dorothy. Sorry, I know you said to wait, but you guys were so late, I couldn't wait anymore. Dorothy? Oh no, Dorothy, run away, please! Huh? Hey, a masked man in white clothes. You're the ghost, aren't you? You are. Well. Okay, say cheese. What? Scree! Oh! The camera flash removed the shutters! I can move again. Of course, the flashbulb wiped our shadows clean. Ah, what an astounding girl. Photography and perfectly timed heroism all in one package. Leave it to me. Even though I don't know what I did. Crap. The gospel. It has been an age since I have been entertained, so you have my thanks, my guests. What else do you intend to do? I'm going to end our revelry for tonight. Forgive me if I seem an ungracious host. It appears, however, that I must take stock of my assumptions about you. I can see now why the Black Fang takes such an interest in you. The Black Fang? You mean Joshua? We are old acquaintances, in a sense. The reason you came to my attention at all is because I noticed that shock of black hair and those amber eyes with you. Though his memories have returned to the stage of his mind, I do wonder where he's rehearsing. Ah! What? And just like that, I must now take my leave, my guests. The true plan has but started. I would gird yourselves for long labors and suffering ahead, if you intend to oppose us further. And I do intend to keep our little game going on the side. Till next we meet. Love that guitar riff. He's gone. I still can't believe it. Wowee, it's like a magic trick. Most impressive. I suppose it behooves me to take him as my rival. Okay, we are so beyond worried about rivals here. You may look like some pervo ballroom freak, but that power of his is not normal. Indeed. Ouroboros. Lawrence is an exception then. All the enforcers must be that powerful. And so, the ghost incidents that had so stirred Ruan came to an end. The next morning, Estelle and the gang parted with Dorothy and returned to the guild. I see. Good work, all of you. The Society of Ouroboros. To be honest, I only half believed Cassius when he told me about a secret society up to no good, but... Well, here's the reward for completing the investigation. Sure didn't expect it to turn out like this, though. Alright. F rank. Absorb reports, don't really need, but... I'll have the results forwarded to Brigadier General Bright and the rest of the army immediately. I get the impression they're desperate for information, too. Yes, please do so. If Ouroboros can produce something like that, holographic projector, was it? They're far more capable than we even thought possible. Never mind producing another gospel as casually as most people obtain a pair of shoes. Is that right? The real objective seems to have been performing experiments with that new gospel. The fuss about the ghost was little more than the whim of the man in charge, really. Blue Blanc the Phantom Thief. He called himself Enforcer Number 10. I know it says Enforcer Number X, but it is the numbers, like Roman numerals. Enforcer Number 10. If I had to hazard a guess, Enforcer is probably a title for ranking agents in the society. I'd put money on the man we know as Lieutenant Lawrence being another one. Estelle? Yeah, I know. The Black Fang. That's what Joshua called himself that night he disappeared. Joshua was also an enforcer, I bet. I always suspected there was more to him from the moment we first met. But given his age, I never thought he'd be able to match someone like that Phantom Thief. Somehow, I doubt he ever showed us what he was really capable of. Holy Expedition time, I can't keep up, yeah. It's okay. After this, it's gonna kind of level out a bit and let you kind of soak it in. Exposition, yeah. I know what you meant. Baby. Hey, Jean. What is it? That Phantom Thief guy said the Society's plans had only just begun. I think they've got plots and stuff in motion all over Liberal. Have you heard anything from the other branches? Anything weird? Nothing that stands out. I bet you're right, though. They're starting to act in the shadows all over Liberal. Given that our little ghost fuss is over, it might be wise for you to head somewhere else. Yes, I was just thinking that myself. Are any of the other branches looking a little strained? Potential society trouble aside? I guess the Zeiss branch, sort of, has the tech city. Their standby, Gundolf, I like that name, Gundolf, at the head to Gransel. I'm gonna name a D&D character, Gundolf. It sounds like they're fairly undermanned at the moment. Okay then, we should head out there and help them. Will Ron be alright though? The Bose branch is dispatching Sting to help us out in a few days. Sting? Like the singer? Or the wrestler? I hope it's the wrestler. Melvin and I will be able to hold the fort until Sting gets here, I think. Oh, and once you get to Zeiss, you may want to check in with Professor Russell. He might have an insight on the new gospel you guys observed. Yeah, that's a good idea. I totally want to see Tita again anyway, so I'll head over to his place right away. Well then, we should head for the airship port as soon as our preparations are complete. Jean, if you'd be so kind as to prepare 4 tickets for the Zeiss-bound flight. Pardon? Where do you get off taking the lead and... Hold on, 4? Well, naturally, you and Shara, and then myself and Miss Chloe here, of course. What? I thought this might come up. You're certain you wish to come with us. The search for Joshua is my mission as a hunter of love. Not to mention the matter of my new rival. That should be reason enough, I would think. Okay, wait. Leaving your total friggin' insanity aside for a second. Don't drag Chloe to this too, you jerk. She doesn't even want... No. Actually, I was going to ask for the same thing. Say what? This malicious, mysterious society is operating within the borders of Liberal, plotting who knows what. As what I am, I cannot simply ignore what they are doing. I must act. Besides, I want to help Joshua, and you, Estelle. Aw, Chloe. But your classes? This morning I sent a letter to Dean Collins stating that I will be needing a break from lessons. My exam scores are excellent anyway, and I have all the credits I need to move on at the end of the year already. I talked to Jill and Hans about it, and they insisted I should go. What the... Why, but you certainly go all in once your mind is made up. I'm sorry. I suppose I'm shoving myself onto you in a way. I can remain behind if you'd prefer. Oh no, you don't. If you really want to come, I'd love to have your help. You don't have a problem with it, right, Shara? Just the opposite. I think it's a wonderful idea. Chloe's skills in orbital arts will be a great help, as will Sieg. Thank you. Sherazard, Estelle, thank you. I'll give it my all, I swear. Well, we're old friends after all. We're the Red and Blue Knights, remember? Now let's combine our forces and find our lost princess. That's right. Yes, lead on, Red Knight. Ah, then this would make me the lone wandering prince from a nearby country, here to take back the dark-haired princess, even if by force. You don't get to add roles. Well, good to see that sorted out. In that case, though, we should classify you two as temporary assistants. That way, the guild can pay expenses for you. Yes, please do. Well, I shall assist you with all my heart. Let us be off. Whew! Alright. Ah, damn, man. That's the end of Chapter 1, Sneaking Shadows. That's it. See a little bit of Chapter 2. It is a lot of exposition, though. The Society of Ouroboros. The ones behind everything. Oh, here we have Blue Blanc again. And so the fete comes to an end, but the passion it left in my heart still burns within me. My only solace is to wait in the pale moonlight for the cool breeze of the sea to still my heated blood. Sorry to make you wait. Lawrence. Ah, perfect timing. You really are perfectly punctual, my friend. It would not hurt you to learn to be fashionably late, you know. Sorry, but punctual is what I am. Now, what is your report? Oh, let us not be boorish and hurry so, yes? This has been a grand evening. Allow me to savor it a little longer. Really. I'll take that as a report of I really like them then. Like? Ha! The lovely princess has stolen even more of my heart. It's a miracle I yet live, I tell you. What's more, I met a rival in the arena of beauty and aesthetics. A rival. Me. I shall be quite busy these next few weeks, I think. You really are hopeless. You're welcome to pursue your hobbies, but do not let it interfere with the plan. You need not worry on that score, my friend. On that note, here, take it. Very good. So, how did your experiments go? Yes, call it a 90% success rate or so. The hologram projector can accurately project for many hundreds of cells. The first 2 or so projections were miserable failures, I'm afraid. After the third, however, the device worked flawlessly. So some cause for concern, but not much. It does function. I'll report to the professor at once. That gospel. Truly, it is far beyond contemporary technology, and I don't simply mean its ability to negate orbits. I know it was made by the 13 factories, but how exactly does it work? I'm not sure. I'm not privy to the details. According to the professor, these phenomena are just the tip of a miracle. Oh, so it's the stuff of miracles, is it? Miracles are the providence of she who dwells above alone. What does he mean, I wonder? Regardless, a few more experiments should make the potential of the Gospels clear. With that... Oh, we've had a number of unexpected actors coming onto the stage this night. How shall this cameo end, I wonder? That's up to how our hidden mouse responds. Indeed. Come now, mouse. Cry for us. Hey! I'm not sure who that little mouse is, but your life is spared, it seems. Thank Adios for your life, rodent. And there they go. Bring on the beer. I can't drink no more. Damn it. I coulda. Ooh. Kevin. Oh, okay. Thank you, Adios Saints, and anyone else I'm forgetting for saving your humble servant. Like I need to be told to give praise to the goddess. What monsters, though? So those are the enforcers of Ouroboros, huh? Chapter 2, The Raging Land. So Ouroboros has hologram projection technology at their disposal now. They also have another gospel. Okay, we're off to Zeiss. Anyone have anything else they want to do before we go? No, not I. If you can't think of anything, we should be going. I can think of one piece of business. Where did Miss Dorothy go? She disappeared quite suddenly, and I'm curious as to where she could have gone. I think she went to go see Niall in the hotel. That's a good point. I think we should go say hi and thanks before we leave her on. Yes, I think so too. We owe Dorothy our lives, really. I wanted to say goodbye to Matron Theresa and the children before we left as well, but I tried calling them from the guild a minute ago, and I think they're out. They are? Aw. I wanted to say goodbye too. Well, we can always write them a letter from Zeiss, you know. I bet they'd love it, in fact. And we can always come back here easily enough if we really need to. Yes, that's true. I'll write them then. Hey, we'll write them. I want in too. Well, come, my friends. Let us away. To the pulsing heart of the Orbital Revolution and the seat of geniuses. Genius. Wile E. Coyote. Super genius. See, there's another... No, only second issue, which I already have. Let's see Niall and Dorothy. Or they're staying. There they are. Hello. Hello, you guys. I heard from Dorothy that you guys solved our little ghost problem. Yeah, we did, but is Dorothy okay? She was yammering on drowsily about what happened. Once she was finished, she conked right out, so I had to put her to bed. I'm afraid we did drag her along with us in the dead of night. Not only that, but we owe her for our lives. She's earned a bit of rest. A real reporter can go a good week without sleep when he's got a scoop. Oh yeah, some of the stuff she was talking about sounded wild, but she didn't really explain it all. Mind if I ask you guys a few questions? Sure, go ahead. Estelle gave Niall an outline of their encounter with Blue Blanc and answered his questions. Alright, I think I get it now. Son of a Phantom Thief B as himself is in Liberal, and he's one of those Ouroboros people. Kinda wish I hadn't heard that. What? Nah, you know about that masked weirdo? Oh yeah, he's a famous thief who's caused a stir in every major city on the continent. If he wants something, he'll get it. He always steals things with a big old show. For a phantom, he's got a love of drama, that's for sure. That certainly matches the man we met beneath the schoolhouse, yes. He even admitted he's Phantom Thief B from those cards, so... Like I said, thievery is one thing, but he's also a lackey of the society? Wouldn't think Ouroboros would have use for someone like him, but at the same time, if they do, it's terrifying. Niall, I'm curious. Do you intend to write an article about what happened? Nah, the Guild and the Royal Army asked me not to report on anything to do with the society. I'll probably end up writing about someone's ill-intended crime of pleasure or something. With the coup d'etat foiled, the kingdom is beginning to settle. I do see the wisdom in this. There is little sense in terrifying the populace with news of a dangerous secret society just yet. Yeah, I ain't happy about it as a reporter, but I guess I see where the government is coming from. Still, if anything else happens, tell me about it, yeah? Of course. Anyway, we're off for Zeiss. Alright. I got a draft I need to write up, so I can't see you off, but... I'll be to wake Dorothy? No, it's okay. She's fast asleep, and I hate to disturb her. Give her our best when she gets up, okay? Will do. Be careful, guys. Poor Dorothy. All tuckered out. So cute. Snore. Hey, you guys. Curio. Your bracers, right? Yeah, is something wrong? You look kind of frazzled. There's something I'd like you to investigate urgently. Could you come right now? Sure. Yeah, no problem. Thanks, I owe you. So where should we go? Head to Norman's election office. It's on the top floor of the hotel. Here, I'll show you the way. Ah, that's right. I forgot about this part. I'm telling you, I didn't do it. Hurry up and let me go home. I got work to do. Now, calm down. Just bear with us until the bracers arrive. Once their investigation's done, you can leave. Speak of the devil. See? There they are. I don't remember. I think this is extra BP, but I don't remember how to get it. Sure was fast, Hirio. Yeah, I lucked out and ran into some bracers right away. This is Norman. I'm sure you've seen him on posters around the city. One of the guys running for mayor, I think. I'm Estelle Bright of the Bracer Guild. I'm Sherazard Harvey, also a bracer. So let's get to it. What happened? One of our campaigners, Dells, was injured by someone. In other words, it's an assault case. An assault? Well, that's never a nice thing to hear. Is the victim okay? Yes, he's still here. He was unconscious for a bit, but it was thankfully nothing serious. Good to hear it. There's nothing good about it. The back of my head still hurts like you wouldn't believe. The back of your head, huh? Were you attacked from behind? Yes, ma'am. Right out of the blue, too. I was taking a breather on the balcony and all of a sudden from behind. Thud! How vicious. Ouch, sounds nasty. When did the incident occur? Give us any info that happened before and after. Sure, it happened today, just after lunch. Norm and I were checking out a potential location for a speech by the bridge. Cooper here had just turned up then. When I talked to him, he said he had some important business with Norman. What kind of business? Bartos told me to come apologize for that mess on the bridge. It's not like it's all my fault, but I did sort of make it worse. I see, so you came to say sorry for the scuffle. Yes, but Norman was still very busy at the time. We'd asked Cooper to wait in the office area. That's when I showed him to this room. I returned to the hotel not too long afterward. I entered the room with Hirio, who had been waiting outside the office, and there was Dells, unconscious on the balcony. Cooper was right there, standing over him. Trying to tell you, why does that make me the criminal? He was already out cold when I reached the balcony. I understand what Cooper's saying, but it's only natural to suspect him, given the circumstances. There was no one in this room except Cooper and Dells. Is that true? After I brought Cooper, I was on watch outside the door. No one entered until Norman got here. No matter how you look at it, that means these two were alone. You're absolutely positive. Yeah, it's true, but it's like I said, when I went out to the balcony, Dells was already on the ground. So let me get this straight. The crime was already committed by the time you came, is that right? Yeah, exactly. Thank Adios. Finally, there's someone who gets it. In that case, it'd have to be someone who entered the room before Cooper. Dells, do you remember anything? It's possible someone came in. People go in and out of his office all the time, though. Even if someone had, I wouldn't have thought much of it. Fair enough. It's an election office, so that makes sense. At least we have a good idea of what's going on. The culprit behind this attack must be one of two people, Cooper, or someone who came before him into this room. We should be able to narrow it down if we've got enough proof. Think we gotta start questioning? If there's nothing else to be gleaned here, yes. If you gentlemen can think of anything else, please tell me now. Even if it seems trivial or unimportant. Alright then, I have one more thing I'd like to add. There was something that occurred to me as I was looking through the room after the incident. Were there signs that had been rummaged around in? Not at all, just the opposite in fact. It actually felt like it was cleaner than before. Huh? Is a serial cleaner on the loose? Serial cleaner? One way to interpret it would be as a disguise to hide the fact that the room had been searched. Of course, it appears they went too far, inadvertently arousing suspicion in the process. It's not a bad train of thought. Incidentally, who are you? I was waiting for that question. I am a traveling bard, a poetic soul wandering the wilds, a genius, sure, but if nothing's been stolen, then isn't the idea that's a disguise pretty weak? At this stage, I don't think there's any point in worrying about motive. I agree. You've grown even bolder since our last rendezvous, Estelle. Your training at the Lockley was most fruitful. You're simply stunning. Olivier. Just ignore him. Now, if there's nothing else here you can tell us, we should get to questioning. Certainly. Got to master how to handle Olivier, I see. Good luck with the investigation. We'll come report once we have an answer. Good. We're counting on you to get to the bottom of this. Now, how should we go about things? I mean, this hotel is pretty big. It's best if we split into two. Estelle, go with Her Highness. I'll go with Olivier. We're lucky to have them as assistants, so let's make good use of them. Good point. Ready to kick some investigation butt, Chloe? Of course. Assisting companions is only natural for a hunter of love. You sure don't miss a beat, do you? Alright, our first order of business is to gather information on the suspect. If we go around asking about Cooper, something should turn up. Should you get a clearer picture of the criminal, come back here. So once we find the criminal, go report to you. No problem, let's go see what we can find out. Okay. Okay, so I can actually talk to everyone this game, or for this quest rather. So let's ask him about Cooper, I guess. Cooper's face and white as a sheet the moment he saw us. He's surely dismayed at having been witness at the crime scene. This is Cooper here, the accused. We'll say it as many times as you like. I only found Dels. If we'd been fighting, someone would have heard a sound, but no one said anything, did they? Ah, we have sound, as they... Of course they didn't, because I was politely seated on the sofa. Cooper. I lost consciousness immediately, so I didn't see who hit me. Even catching a glance would have been better than nothing at all. What about the sounds? The sound, you say? That'd probably be the sound of me getting hit. Heard a hell of a bang in my head, that's for sure. I'm gonna ask Cooper about the sounds. If I fought with Del, someone would have heard something. Okay, let's ask this guy about the sounds. Well, yes, Cooper's right. I was standing in front of the door, but it was quiet the whole time in the room. If there had been some kind of argument, I'm sure I would have noticed. Okay, and we have the actual guy here. Cooper was standing next to Dels, who was lying on the ground. He looked at me and seemed very surprised. He wasn't excited or worked up, but he did appear tremendously shocked. Sounds? As Cooper said, I didn't hear any too loud noise either. I was in the lobby at the time, but if grown men were fighting, I'm sure I would have heard something. This is the actual balcony here. I don't remember if there's anything to find here. I guess not. Nothing to really find. Okay. No one else in the room. I don't remember if there's something you can find in here that helps. No, okay. Let's go downstairs. Oh, 1 second. There we go. Okay. Just need to stretch for a second. I don't want to leave. I don't want to question people. Cooper. Mr. Cooper is a guest who comes here only on very rare occasions. Mostly we have his patronage for work-related gatherings. Sounds. A sound, you say? Unfortunately, I heard no such thing. Okay. No one in here. No back door, but there is a downstairs. Belden. When Cooper came to the hotel, I was in the lobby. I don't know, he looked angry, I guess. I thought something might happen. And then, just like I thought, something happened. Sounds. The sound. I didn't really hear anything. In anger. Yeah, he looked pissed off to me. But it was right after that big mess on the bridge. It's only natural he'd be angry. Okay, I don't think these guys have any... In case something popped up. What do you mean? Well, let's still explain the assault case in Nile. Ah, I see. Huh? You don't seem too interested. Yeah, I doubt it's big enough to make an article out of. Well, just in case, once you solve it, tell me what you got. Will do. Anybody here? No. Okay, and we have this area here. Murray. Where are you again? Oh, but quite a while, young lady. How are you, sir? You remember us, right? You lent us your boat when the bridge was up. You really saved us then. Ah, I was no skin off my back. So, come back to right again? Wish I could, but I got some work to do. We're investigating the case that happened at the hotel. Oh, sounds rough. If I can be of any help, feel free to ask me what you like. Okay, so let's do that. Cooper. Yeah, I know him. He's that young fellow working at the harbor. Like everyone else these days, he's been involved with the election. Okay, sounds... A sound. Thinking about it, I did hear a loud noise from above. Above from here? You mean the balcony? Probably around there, yeah. It was an impressive sound, like someone had run into something else with a smack. Can't recall exactly when I'd heard it, though. That's too bad. Still, this is all good stuff to know. Thanks, sir. And then we have angry. Sorry to clear my throat. Oh, was Cooper that angry? All youngsters get worked up so easily these days. Okay, nothing else from him. We did hear the sound above. Anger. Oh, we already talked to him about that. Talk to this guy. Anger. I fear I cannot agree. Mr. Cooper seemed generally normal. Ah, so we have a conflict of information. He says he looked normal. Belden says he was pissed off. Is that so? I'm not sure I can really help with that. I guess he would, because he didn't see him who attacked him. Anger. I was angry? Pfft, that's crazy. You're gonna say that. Hirio's attitude is way worse than mine, I think. The moment he saw me, he made this real nasty face. Try asking around about Hirio. I bet you turned up some dirt. Him and Dell's are rivals competing to be the number 2 in Norman's camp. I'm sure they couldn't come to terms on that bit of tussle. Ooh. Hirio. Hirio's got motive too, right? Him and Dell's are rivals competing to be number 2 in Norman's camp. Okay, so this guy and this guy. Anger. He didn't seem particularly angry when I met him at the bridge. Or perhaps something happened while he's being led to the hotel. And Hirio? It's unbelievable that you would suspect Hirio. In the first place, you're suggesting that he would hurt his coworker? What could possibly motivate him to do such a thing? We have anger. Is Cooper angry? I didn't really look that way, that. And then Hirio himself. I had an unpleasant expression, you say? Well, of course, after a fuss like that, it wouldn't. What does it have to do with the case? Here you're being kind of sus. Okay, I don't think anything spawns up here. After talking to Murray, back down. Back down here. I don't think you can talk to these. Such cruelty. Sherazade doesn't pay me any attention at all. Not once has her whip even twitched in my direction. Oh, Olivier. Perhaps I will blow in her ear. Well, I won't stop you. Just know that we're gonna go from an assault case to a murder case if you do. Not want to piss off Sherazade. Hirio. You doubt even Hirio? He isn't the kind of person to resort to violence. Hirio is the most loyal man. He would never commit such a criminal act. Oh. Are you done questioning in the office? Yes, we're done here. How about you? It's going okay, I guess. I'm still checking out stuff. Keep it up and don't get careless. Leave it to me. Okay, so they've talked to everybody upstairs. I want to talk to Belden about Hirio. So you're checking out Hirio. He did kind of look unhappy when he got back to the hotel. It's probably because he was with Cooper, though. Hirio was with Cooper. Hirio's that young merchant fellow, yeah? If he wants to be a merchant, I think he needs to have a bit more oomph to him, you hear me? He's got gullible written all over him. You get people ripping him off at every turn if he doesn't shape up. Bit of a meek man, this Hirio. Not much for a... Not likely he would assault someone. Here we go. There's no way Hirio did it. I testify it myself. There's no bad blood between us whatsoever. We even work together. Sorry, I got excited and made my head hurt. Okay, so this is Hirio. But Hirio and Cooper arrived together is what? Somebody is lying. First point of conflict was here. Belden said that Dell's like pissed off. He says Hirio and Cooper came together. The people at the front are acting most peculiarly. If you push them with questions, you might uncover something new. Oh, really? Hirio. You still doubt Hirio? Hirio's almost like Hirio says. It's impossible for her to be the criminal. What is it? What's on your mind? If you're hiding something, you should just come out and say it. Trying to hide things will only lead to bigger trouble. That's it. Okay, we'll get to Zeiss at the very least. I'm sorry. You like talking? Yes, actually. I saw him. I saw Hirio on the second floor. And when was that? Right after lunch. Hirio went out with Norman, but however, shortly after that, Hirio came back and ran up to the second floor. Well, that's kind of important to know. Estelle, I want you to pursue this lead. We'll look around here for a bit longer. Got it. Okay, so we have the lunch. Lunch was ordered from the Laventar. Everyone had their lunch where they saw fit. We'll do downstairs first. Yeah, we had paella for lunch. I ate on my own in the lobby. It's kind of suffocating to eat in the same room as my dad. Still, you know what? My dad's pretty unfair. He feeds us normal boring stuff and gets a special paella just for himself. I think I'm saying that right. I think it's paella, actually. Is that so? What is that different? Or was it that different? Yeah, it was way better. The special one's got like a mountain of shrimp. Guess he didn't have much of an appetite, though. He left a lot behind. What a waste. Lunch. How about lunch? I went to eat at the Laventar today. Always been in the habit of going out to lunch as soon as I hear the bell toll. The bell toll. The bell on the Langland Bridge. Remember? It rang when the bridge went up. Oh yeah. Yeah, it did ring. It always rings at certain times, see. I use it in place of a clock. It's sure convenient. Kind of big to use in place of a clock, though. Hey, Estelle. It might be good to ask some people about the bell toll. Why? They should be able to clearly remember the sound of a bell ringing. Might act as a guidepost for their memory, like with Mr. Murray. Ah, I get it. Nice, Chloe. Very intellectual advice. You flatter me. Which you two are giggling about, but glad I was able to help. You sure were? Okay, let's go ask around. We're actually going to ask him about the bell toll right away. There is a Langland Bridge bell. We citizens of Rouen hear it on a daily basis, I'll have you know. Speaking of the sound of a bell, did you remember something? No, you asked about it a second ago, didn't you? That big sound. Oh, the sound, like something smacking into something, right? Yeah, that thing. Well, I remember something now. That sound happened as if it were timed to the bell, at least to my ears. Time to the bell. So basically, you heard the sound of the bell at roughly the same time as that big sound. Well, if you want to make it sound all boring, yeah. If that sound was something caused by the criminal. And someone without an alibi when the bell rang is the criminal. Yeah, we should check out people we suspect. We're sus about. Who's sussy here? Bellin is really fucking sussy. Talking about fucking he ate lunch on the first floor. Talks about his dad who gets the shrimp paella by himself. This bell toll. Come on, why would I lie about something like that? I was in the hotel basement, so I didn't notice at all. Oh, someone's kinda being fucking sus. You just give up. Okay. Lunch. Okay. Where did that bell toll? The noon bridge bell. Yes, at that time I was preparing the guest rooms. Once that was finished, I next organized the utensils. Someone had cleaned the plates in the office, so I was able to finish work quickly. The office plates were cleaned. So that means there was someone who went into the office after lunch. Indeed. While I was preparing the guest rooms, they cleaned up, it seems. The plates were stacked at the front. Of course, exactly which kind of guest it was, I couldn't say, unfortunately. Ah, too bad. Guess I'll have to ask around ourselves. So we have another... Trying to talk to him. There we go. Cleaning up. Exactly who cleaned up, unfortunately, I do not know. While I was preparing the guest room, someone must have cleaned up. Huh. What do you think, Belland? Who cleaned up the dishes in the office? Don't know. I wouldn't go to that much trouble. I've been killing time in the hotel basement after lunch. Cleaning up. Someone cleaned up the plates for Ernest. Oh, it's a rare thing to find someone so considerate of others nowadays. I don't think old man Murray is going to be very helpful now. Let's check upstairs. Okay, lunch. Yes, we ordered lunch today from the Laventar. I don't want my campaigners getting sick of eating the same food again and again, so I thought we'd try something different. Ah, it's nice of you to do that. It's as much a part of politics as the campaign itself. Indeed, it is. I'll admit, my nerves have been on edge for some time now. It hasn't been easy to keep my eyes on everything day in and day out. I'm sorry to hear that. Thanks, that does sound pretty rough. Putting that aside, sir, what did you do after lunch? After lunch, Hirio and I immediately went to examine the place my speech is to be held at. Hirio had some other business to attend to first and met up with me at the site. So you left right after lunch and met up with Hirio outside. Alright, that's all I need to hear. I'm happy to have helped. Keep up the good work, you two. So, cleaning up. Who could have done it? All I know is that they were clean while I was away. So you don't know either, sir? Afraid not. I don't know who it was, but I'm worried that I may have left them a terrible impression. Pardon? What do you mean? In truth, I haven't had much of an appetite lately. I left quite a lot of the paella I got for lunch uneaten. I'd requested that Ernest get me one of the special paellas in secret, yet left it virtually untouched. It's embarrassing to think back on how wasteful that was. I see. Must be really stressful to be running in an election. So he didn't eat his lunch. Okay, lunch. Yeah, we ordered food from Laventar. Man, it was good. Okay, how about the bell toll? The sound of the Brit... Oh, I didn't ask the mayor about it. Now that you mentioned it, I do think I heard that before I got hit. I'm sorry, my head feels like a wreck right now. I think it's too clear. Bell toll. When did the bridge bell ring? It went off when Hirio and I were checking out the speech site together. Oh. Hirio was there too? Yes, he was already there. Just as the bell was ringing, Cooper showed up. I then asked Hirio to show up to the hotel. I see, then it's sure. So then, Estelle, there's no connection between the sound Murray heard and Hirio. Yeah, not just Hirio, but Cooper seems in the clear too. That sound Murray heard was just after the bell finished ringing, but both men can prove they were with Norman at the time. In other words, whoever made that sound was neither Hirio nor Cooper. This virtually eliminates any chance of them being the criminal. Oh. Lunch. After lunch, Norman went to have a look at the site where he was going to give his speech. I had some stuff I had to do, so I met up with him later. The rest is as I explained before. But Hirio, you went to the second floor, didn't you? Excuse me? There's no point in hiding it. We have witnesses. I'm not hiding anything. I just realized I forgot something and went back to the office to pick it up. Was there anyone in the office at that time? Dells was there doing work. I didn't see anyone else. Great, that's plenty, thanks. Don't misunderstand, please. I wasn't trying to hide that I'd gone to the second floor. Don't worry, we haven't decided you're the criminal or anything. Just don't forget that this kind of thing only makes you look worse. I look forward to your future assistance, sir. Bell toll. I heard the bell toll, yes. I think it was when I was meeting with Norman by the bridge. Then Cooper showed up and I showed him the way to here. That matches Norman's testimony, at least. And we have cleaning up. Who cleaned up? No idea. Someone must have done it while I was out. Would a place and such clean by the time you got to back to the office? I don't know. I wasn't exactly paying attention, so I can't say for sure. It's like a real fucking investigation. Now that you mention it, who did clean up? I'm sorry, I don't remember. But you were in the office, weren't you? You'd normally notice if someone came to clean. You're right, I would. Even I think it's odd. We have him over here. Cooper himself. Hirio's got motive too, right? Him and Dell's are rivals. Okay, so we saw this. Lunch. So they ordered from the Laventar. That sure is nice. Maybe I'll try asking Portals if we could do something like that. Bell toll? The bridge toll. Yeah, it's running across the bridge in a real hurry. I met Norman right about the same time by the bridge. I see. It does match Norman's testimony. I think we know who this is, who the attacker is, cleaning up. We're looking for the person who cleaned up the plates. Look, who cares? Just hurry up and prove me innocent. Pretty sure Belland, downstairs, is the most sus one so far with no alibi. Wait a sec. What's with that weird face? Did I say something weird? No, it's just... Hey, Belden. You said you ate lunch on the first floor, right? Yeah, that's right. What about it? Norman ate on the second floor. How did you know what Norman ate when you were on the first floor? Oh, that. I saw it afterwards. Oh. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, actually, I heard it from someone else. I don't remember who said it, though. Maybe you should investigate that next. It's so obviously suspicious. Bell toll. Come on, what would I lie something about? Okay, we already did this. And last one, cleaning up. Who cleaned up the dishes in the office? Dunno. I wouldn't go to that much trouble. I've been killing time in the hotel basement after lunch. Okay, so it's definitely... Gonna save. You know who the criminal is. So who's your suspect? Definitely gonna be Belden. The Raven Boy, is it? You have real proof, yes? First, explain the reason you discounted the original suspect. Who refutes Cooper's involvement? Is a solid alibi. Cooper was outside when the sound was heard. Norman's testimony corroborates this, so we can say for sure it's accurate. If that was the sound of the crime being committed, and there's a very small chance Cooper is the criminal. That's a logical interpretation. And that same thing also absolves Hirio of any suspicion. Yeah, it does. Hirio met up with Norman, so we're sure. Next, you need to explain the suspect's crime. What kind of proof do you have? I think I might have missed something in the office. He just is. So I'll try to put together a reasonable explanation for the crime. This isn't even worth talking about. Go investigate again in greater detail. Understood. Sir, I must have missed something in here. No. It doesn't help that I can't really see. So if it's on the... If it's not up here, it's going to be down where Murray is. I hate this stupid quest. I'll say this right now. I'm not looking forward to this quest in the remake. Well, actually, no. It'll be easier in the remake because they mark everything now on the map. You actually get a map. Okay, let's check out where Murray is. I was hoping to just get the Zeiss, but goddamn, man. You got a whole fucking main campaign here. No. So what I might have to do is, it might be a matter of I have to go through the options again. Nope. Hmm. No, Beltol. No, Hirio. Anger. Sounds. Okay. I'm gonna have to ask someone up here again. No. Sounds. No. Anger. Hirio. Lunch. Beltol. Lunch. Hirio. Anger. Sounds. There's someone who testified to hearing a big sound. He said it sounded like something smacking into something else on the balcony. Well, I didn't hear it. I can say for sure I didn't hear anything like while I was here. No. Beltol. Okay. Now, these old games can be a little tedious like this, as you can see. But by going through, sometimes if I go through the dialogue, it'll spawn what I'm supposed to find on the balcony. Nope. Okay, next one sounds... Anger. Hirio. Lunch. Okay. Okay. Belt hole. Okay. Getting up. Sounds. They actually have someone who testified to hearing a loud sound. We apparently heard the sound of something colliding with something else from around the balcony area. Do you have any idea who it could have been? Something colliding with something else. Nope, didn't hear any sound like that. Okay. Nope. Has anything spawned? I had to check out near Murray again. Sounds. Nope. Anything spawn out here? Nada. Okay. Sounds. Cooper, blah blah blah. Anger. Curio. Lunch. You have to go to the hotel to get there though, right? Yep, that I do. I can't fly across the sea now, can I? Good point. So did you see anyone in the hotel at the time? Well, Ernest was on the first floor, of course, but the rest was real quiet. There was no one there. Yeah, I'd say so. The basement and first floor were both pretty quiet when I'd passed through. Norman's son was there when I came back, though. Norman's son? Oh, you mean Belden? Yeah, that's more than enough. Oh no, it was nothing. Okay, so... Belden is lying to us. Once again. I ate lunch on the first floor. So, you know what? Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Were you really in the basement the whole time? What? Why? There's someone who passed through the basement right after the bell rang. According to their testimony, no one was here. That can't be right. I was right here the whole time. So you can't establish an alibi. Just in case, we should probably ask around about Belden too. Okay, here we go again. Once more. Belden. By Belden, do you mean that kid? He wasn't in the basement, I'm pretty sure. Murray's not gonna lie to us. Good old Murray. Oh, he's got on him. So when the bell rang, I was underground. I was in the basement the whole time after lunch. Uh-huh. Oh, liar. Belden. Young Belden? I'm afraid I didn't see him around when the bell rang. I was preparing the guest rooms at the time, you see. Belden? Where was Belden when the bell rang? I couldn't tell you, unfortunately. I was out at the time. Okay. Oh, Belden. Where was Belden when the bell rang? I don't know, but is he a suspect? Okay, and Belden. Where was Belden when the bell rang? How the hell am I supposed to know? What about Daddy-O? My son's location when the bell rang could pose a problem, you say? If you have real cause for suspicion, you needn't hesitate on my part. You're welcome to confront Belden and question him. That's everyone. So Belden's lying to us. Let's ask him one more time. Belden. Oh, Belden. Belden. Nope. Lunch. What about Murray? Are we got anything else to say about him? Okay, let's try and hand this in to Shira now. We have evidence Belden has no alibi. Belden. Okay. Alibi. He has no alibi. The proof is his alibi. I have valuable testimony that refutes his alibi. Cooper and Hirio have already been cleared as the culprits, so this person remains as the final possibility. Yes, it does look that way by process of elimination. Ultimately, though, that's nothing but circumstantial evidence. Do you have any more decisive proof? Contradiction. He knew about the paella. I don't know if it's decisive, but something did bother me, and that's a testimony about the special paella. And what's this about? So Belden testified that he ate lunch on the first floor, but somehow he saw the pie that Norman ate. He even knew that Norman barely ate it. In other words, he went to the second floor. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Alright, I'm satisfied. In this case, we'll have to call him in and hear he has to say first. We can't go straight to an arrest with the proof we have in hand. Man, this took like half an hour, damn. Okay, got it. Why did you call me? I didn't do anything. Calm down. Nothing's been decided here. If you can help out with the investigation, you go home right after. Help? Yeah, we just want you to be frank with us. Where did you go after lunch? Like I said, I was in the basement. Just to warn you, as long as you keep lying, you're not getting out of here. You weren't in the basement the whole time. We already know that. If you didn't do anything wrong, then you should just be able to be honest and tell the truth. Or is the truth too scary to admit? Fine, I'll talk. Today after lunch, I went to the office. I went to go clean up. Clean up? The person who returned the plates to the front was... Yeah, it was me. Everyone seemed busy, so I figured I'd clean up. While I was cleaning up, I thought I'd tidy the office, but I didn't think that happened. Huh? Hold on, you're not making sense. You just cleaned up after, right? Why does that have anything to do with the case? I've got an idea. Yeah, actually... I see. I understand Belden came to this room to clean, but I'm not sure how that correlates. What does that have to do with the assault on Dells? It has a lot to do with it. Well, let's hear him say it himself. Go on, explain. Yeah. Well, once I finished cleaning the room, I thought I'd head back. But since I tidied up a lot of stuff, the room was real dusty. I thought I'd open the balcony door to air it out, but my hands are full of plates. I didn't have any choice. So I, kicked the door as hard as I could. Wait, you mean the door? Yep, it's exactly what you think. That door is the criminal that knocked out Dells. The door flying open slammed right into the back of your head. In other words, the truth of the case is an unlucky accident. What? So then... I'm innocent, right? Seems like it. Man, oh man, finally free and clear. Brain started to get mushy. Really time to shut down. Still, what a mess. Why didn't you volunteer this information at the beginning? If you just told us the truth, things would have gotten nearly this far. I'm sorry. Come on, he's telling the truth now. Give him a break, okay? You had the courage to talk about it in the end, so everything worked out. As the victim here, I'd just like to forgive and forget. It's already clear that this is all a misunderstanding. Of course, I'd like him to be a bit more careful opening doors in the future if he could. Else, I'm really sorry. And you too, Cooper. You almost got turned into a criminal. You don't need to worry about me. I'm in the clear, and that's good enough for me. Well, that settles things. Thank goodness. And that is our report. Bracers, I'm sorry for today. It seems we've taken up a great deal of your time over just a big mistake. Nah, don't worry about it. It's part of the job, too. Well then, pardon us. Thank you guys so much. Really, I'm very sorry. Take care. Whew. Well, I'm going to try and commit that to memory so then I can just speed through it in the remake later this year. Oh, that's done and over with, finally. I wouldn't have dreamed it would end like that, though. Truth is always stranger than fiction. However, as your valued assistant, I would take great pride in our completion of this most puzzling assignment. You didn't do a damn thing. Oh, but I really appreciate your help, Chloe. You gave a ton of good advice. It was a big help during the investigation. I'm always happy to help. There's no need to thank me, though, Estelle. Right, I guess you two are our support staff already, aren't you? Indeed. We'll have you do what needs to be done. Alright, let's head out. Next up, Zeiss region. Yeah, man, alright, so now get the Zeiss, fucking call it. I have to hand this in. I do, okay. Yep. No more jobs. Oh my god. Oh, I remember this shit too. One more excursion. This one should be not nearly as long. Here we have a moment. It wouldn't have to be Lakeisha. Lakeisha? Yes, I'm looking. Oh, are you the Bracers? Yeah, we saw the posting. Good, you know a little bit of what's going on at least. Are you all set? I'd like to go over the details. Yes. What can we do for you? What I'd like to ask of you is very simple. Do something, anything, to make my husband lose at gambling. What? That's your request? Winning a game of chance is it? Most intriguing request. You heard me right. I don't care what game, just please win against my husband. He's always been the type to get so wrapped up in whatever he's doing that he doesn't know when to stop. I mean, really, he gets a few wins in at the casino and suddenly he's convinced he's a pro gambler. I know some people like that. And I know that one-track mind of his. If he says he wants to turn pro, anything I say is in one ear and out the other. So I'd like you to nip that in the bud before things go that far. I see. Family circumstances, huh? Sounds like things are hard for you. No, I was naive. I should have just refused when he suggested a casino trip. No point in complaining now. Here, let me give you 1,000 mirror as a wager. Oh, I'm fucking loaded, lady. This will be it's completely on me. If you wager this all on one bet, I'm sure my husband will take you up. I sure hope so. Is your husband upstairs at the casino right now? Yes, he's made himself nice and comfortable up there. I just remembered something from the third game that I am not looking forward to going through. Because it is RNG. Last I saw, he was playing cards. Filio's his name. Understood. We'll check the card tables. Do me a favor and don't hold back. Make sure he loses decisively. Is there anything else I can help you with? Any questions? We're okay, I think. You've covered all the basics. The real question is, how do we win the match? I mean, gambling's ultimately luck, isn't it? Yes, but only to a degree. Letting that luck live or killing it takes skill. Whether we can win or not depends on your match. Strategy is the key, to be more precise. Just ready for some fun times. If strategy is what you're worried about, you'll be fine. My husband is a total amateur. He's terrible at lying. Every thought that crosses his mind is written on his face, plain as day. He's not normally the kind of person well suited to gambling. Oh, really? Maybe that makes me feel a little more confident. Maybe. Alright, let's do this thing. That's the spirit. Knowing the game is important, sure, but having the drive to get in there and win is what really brings it home. I'm in your corner, you guys. Now get up there and knock my husband down a few pegs. I think this one's pretty set, though. If I remember correctly. What a charming little casino. Its equipment looks brand new. Was it established recently? In a way, it just reopened after renovations during the birthday celebration. Now that I think about it, it was being worked on last time. I see. So, where is our high-rolling target? Right, his wife said he'd be at the card tables. I'm pretty sure that would be him. Alright, come on, come on. There it is, Jack! Oh, this power in a draw. I feel invincible. It is your win, sir. Know that you fought well, my good man. I'm afraid you just had the wrong opponent. Yep, he's exactly as she said. That's gotta be him. Let's catch his attention quickly. If we waste time, no doubt he'll get wrapped up in another match. Alright. Blackjack it is then. Okay, hit me again. Huh? What's up with you guys? We heard you know your way around a card game, mister, so we'd like to challenge you. Challenge? Me? Alright, I'll bite. Question is, do you have the Mira? I'm not taking any cheap bets. The wager's 1,000 Mira. How's that? That's a mighty wager. Fearless, aren't you? Fine, I'll take you guys on. Okay, so which one of you is going to be my opponent? Or maybe all three of you want to have a piece of the Felly Master at the same time. That works too. I'm feeling lucky. All at once is a bit crazy. We're not playing old maid here. In that case, good customers. Would you like to try a variant of poker? There are a few to allow a match to be settled over several rounds. Sounds like you're just what we're looking for. I'll say, what are the rules? Both sides choose a lineup of contenders and settle the match over 3 rounds. Each round is normal poker, and the first team to win one match wins. However, your team can only fold one time. If one team member folds, the rest have no choice but the challenge. And it's a 3-round match, huh? Simple, quick, elegant. I like it. Oh god. Okay. Only problem now is that there's 4 of you. It's not like all 4 of us need to play. One of us could sit this one out. That's perfect, actually. If I can, I'd like to be the one to sit out. You sure, Chloe? Students are forbidden to gamble by school rules. I don't want you to think I'm trying to skip out on our job, but it is kind of awkward for me. No, I get where you're coming from. Gambling's not exactly a healthy part of our daily balanced school curriculum. We can handle it from here, so take a load off. Sorry for the mix-up. And then there were 3. We're well on the road to a climactic 3-round match. Not that it would matter if there were 4 or even 5 matches. I would them all anyway. Are you satisfied with the rules as I explained them? Yeah, I'm okay with them. Yes, we're fine too. Well then, allow me a few moments to make preparations. During that time, good guests, please decide the order of your matches. Order, so who's gonna go first and stuff? That shouldn't take us too long. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm ready whenever you guys are. Alright, order time. How do we want to do this? Why do I suggest that we pick based on our gambling prowess? Full disclosure, guys, I have like zero confidence in my card skills. I always lost to Joshua. Oh, but I bet you're pretty confident, right, Shira? You use cards a lot in fortune telling, so I can picture you knowing a thing or two about gambling. Yes, I know a little. I've also got an ace up my sleeve for the worst case scenario, too. An ace? It's a secret, unless we need it. Then I believe we'll have Shira take up the final step. Should good fortune fail us, we'll certainly be in need of that extra bit of luck. That being said, I would prefer to take up the middle. The second match will likely require a great deal of strategy, and I have some confidence in my card game. So you're second, Olivier, and Shira's last, which means I'm first. Yes, this should be relatively easy on you. Enjoy the hand without any pressure. So you say, but I'm still feeling it. Ladies, gentlemen, we are ready. Alright, we're up. Poker face is on, comrades. Good luck, you guys. Let's win this thing. Let's definitely win this thing. This marks the first round of 3. Poker rules this region are standard. However, there's a hierarchy among suits. The strongest is spade, followed by hearts, diamonds, and finally clubs. I will now begin dealing your cards. I suck. Full disclosure, I also suck at fucking poker. More of a blackjack guy. I've got a pair. Not bad. I can go for a flush, but that's kind of risky. My lucky streak strike again. My first round, and I've already got a great hand. And I've got this one in the bag. Must have an impressive hand. If that truly were the case, I can assure you that he'd be much quieter about it. Remember, you can't challenge an opponent who chooses to fold. Here's hoping our girl recognizes that. Okay, I need to think real hard about it. 9, Q, Queen, 7 and 6. Brain is getting mushy. Should I swap out for a shot at a big hand or keep an easy one? We'll swap. Still the first match, so the theory is to go for the sure thing, especially with Estelle not being very good at cards. Would you like to change cards? Yeah, 3 cards. Sir? I'll change 3. Come on, good cards. No change, huh? Well, I got a pair, so at least I've got an okay hand. You're so obvious, Estelle. I doubt he could read her the way we can, but one can never be too careful. If things go sour, I'm sure it'll be plain as day. I'd heard she was bad at this. Understatement of the century. Yes. Fell right into my hand while I was waiting. Come on, good challenger. Come at me anytime. Julio's behavior is no surprise. I wonder how confident he really is. I got a pair, but it's up to his hand if I win or not. Did I fold or challenge him head on? Okay, since he's a bad fucking liar, let's just challenge him. But did I not pick? Oh, fold? Admit I lost? I couldn't do that for anything. Would you like to challenge? Of course I am. Duh. What? Are you sure? I've got a really, really great hand, so... Yeah, whatever. I don't really care. If it's that good, why don't you hurry up and bring it on? What will you do, sir? What to do? I could win with this hand if I challenge, but... No, I'll fold. With that, sir, I'm afraid you can no longer fold starting with the next round. Alright, I did it. Good work out there. You sure took a strong stance and paid off. I'm just glad I didn't lose. What you did was more than winning. Our opponent is now cornered. Oh, I almost forgot. You can only fold once. Exactly. We won the first match, but it only takes one win for us to lose the bet. Agreed. We'll have to proceed carefully. Sir, are you prepared for the next match? Ah, that's my cue. May Lady Luck forever favor me with her grace. We're counting on you. After all the talking you did, I am so not gonna go easy on you if you lose. I will now begin dealing your cards. My, only a pair of 4s. Rather uninspiring hand. Here? No, it might come here. He seems kind of hesitant. Yes, his expression is different. We should probably assume he's got a pretty good hand. Now, what to do? Did I reach my hand out to distract my foe? Either, or would make for a worthy spectacle. Exchange all cards. Why not? I should play it straight here. Will you be changing cards? I will. 3 cards, please. You, sir? I'll take 2 cards. How did it turn out? Ooh, 2 pairs. Enough to challenge on. Man, I can't read his face at all. What the heck are you thinking, Olivier? He has a surprisingly strong poker face, doesn't he? Alright. Yeah, I'm okay. It's a very restrained reaction compared to before. Did he make a big hand? So share is the hints, I think, since this is preset. The way he's quieted down is quite disturbing. What should I do? So I probably have to fold here. Our foe's already folded once, so we'll have to challenge this time. It's dangerous to corner an already wounded beast. Will you challenge? No. I'll fold. It takes cunning to know when retreat because it's a more respectable strategy. Fold it, did you? Oh, you seem quite disappointed. If I wasted a good hand of yours, then you may have my most heartfelt apologies. No, it's nothing like that. I didn't have much of a hand either. As of the next round, either side will be able to fold. Did you look at that? He folded. Probably figured out the odds were in Felio's favor. I have returned, my loves. Did you see? My calm and expert assessment of the situation was flawless. But did Felio really have a good hand? If you challenged, you might have won. I'd say it is almost a certainty that he had a much stronger hand than mine. All we all had was fucking 2 pairs, man. I'm not good at poker, but what? It's not superb. He thinks if I had challenged, I'd be swimming in a sea of tears by now. I think that's a wee bit dramatic. Now that both sides have folded, neither of us can back down from the final round. Yes, exactly. We'll be settling this cleanly in the next match. Next is Shera's turn, huh? Cool. I got a hunch that things will work out just fine. Hopefully. Well, we'll see if Adios is in a generous mood. Ready for your final match. The curtain rises. Well then, Shera, let's see what you can do. I'll try not to disappoint. You're both prepared, I hope. We'll now begin the final match. Right. So it turned out like this, did it? Is it trying to tell me to chase a better hand? A 10, a king, and a 1. Or sorry, a 10, a king, and an ace. Sorry. Again, braid is mushy. How's my opponent looking? I've got it. It's here. Could it be? No, it's nothing. Don't worry about it, really. What a cruddy hand. Oh man, I'm done for. He's changed his tune. Yes, he's acting like he's got a good hand. Now, how will you proceed in turn, Shera? One look and it's clear that Felio's got a big hand. In that case, a normal hand stands a high chance of losing. Did I go for broke and pursue a straight flush, I wonder? Everything but the spades. Would you like to change cards? 2 cards, please. And for you? 1 card, please. How did it turn out? Alright, that was a good draw. Damn. Just need 1 more card. I just have to pray my fingers haven't lost a sense. You have your cards? Now, if you would, please show your hands. Okay, I'll show first. 10 of hearts. King of hearts. Jack of hearts. Queen of hearts. Oh, it really did come. Look at this. It's a royal straight flush. Damn, Shera's face is stone cold. Royal something, or isn't that the strongest hand? Be hard to win against that hand. Please show your hand as well, miss. The conclusion of a match is never known until the last card is on the table. Indeed. Showing your cards will help. Not when I got the best hand a guy could ask for. Oh, is that really so? Oh no, she's S-crafting. My voice hits her. Yes, sent to the Shadow Realm. Huh? What is it? Just now, wasn't Shara's hand. Sorry, I think it was my imagination. Hmm? Ooh, certainly. I believe this game is strong in weak suits, yes? Then I'm afraid we can't call your hand the greatest yet. Ooh, my hand is the same, a royal flush. However, the Queen of Spades, it seems, has smiled on me. No way! It certainly is decisive. Ah, but you have spades. In that case, your hand trumps Felios. You're kidding! This match is yours, miss. My goodness. Please check your wager. 1,000 Mira? Read him and fucking weep. I don't know how, but we won. Can't believe it. What a splendid turn of events. Shara, great work. I can't believe you turned that around. Aw, you're just the best. A good show. It's been a while since I was that nervous. I'm just glad I didn't stumble all over myself. Huh? What do you mean? Oh, it's complicated. Hmm? Wait a sec. No way. Oh, didn't you realize? I thought you and Olivier had seen through it. I can't believe you... No wonder something was off. You know how it goes. Sometimes it takes a thief to catch a thief. Alright, let's go report to the client. I don't think they notice, but it's probably best if we don't linger. Works for me. Let's go give Lakeisha the good news. Fucking cheat and just get the fuck out. Right away. Really? You really beat my husband? Yeah, it was rough, but we took him down. This here's your wager. 1,000 Mira is doubled after our win. That's fine, you can have that. Think of it as making up for how cheap the job pay was. Are you sure? I mean, I'm grateful, but, you know, are you sure what we did is enough? I don't know if your husband will learn his lesson just because he lost against us. Even if he doesn't, I'm sure the casino will finish the job. They're professionals in their own right, after all. There's no way they'll let my husband keep on this winning streak of his. That's a good point. If that's the case, we'll be moving along. Is that okay? Yes, it's fine. You've done more than enough. I'm amazed you took a bizarre request like this as seriously as you did. You guys have been true professionals. You've done the Bracers Guild reputation justice in my eyes. Thanks. We're just doing our job, but it feels awfully good to hear you say that. If anything else happens, I'll be sure to look you guys up. Yes, we'll be here anytime you need it. Alright. I think that actually is the final side quest for this area, for this city. Now, anyway. Report. Right. I think we fly to Zeiss. We don't have to walk there. Which is great, because getting a little sleepy-eyed. Alright. So. Welcome. You're the group of bracers heading for Zeiss, yes? Uh-huh, that's right. We just got word from Jean. The guild's already paid your fares. Would you like to check in now, or... It'd be best to stay here and wait for the ship once we check in. Are you sure you've done everything you want to do here in Rouen? Oh yes, I think we're done here. Alright. Just a little bit of paperwork for you to fill out first, if you don't mind. Sure. Sales group checked in for their flight. Okay, no problems it looks like. We're going to make use of the port until the next flight arrives. Thanks. Ha. The turbo. Alrighty then, off we go. Yes, let's. Hey, wait a sec. Yes, the orphans. The kids. What are all of you doing here? We came to say bye-bye. Man, you guys are cold. Just taking off without saying anything to us. You guys are meanie faces, the worst kind. Miss Chloe, why do you have to go? I'm sorry, everyone. I was going to say goodbye, but we thought you were all out. I get it. They were out coming to Rouen. I feel kind of silly now. Hang on, though. That'd be Mage and Teresa's. I'm glad to see we made it in time. Oh, everybody came. Mage and Teresa. Even Jill and Hans came. Well, duh. Like we'd missed this. We cut it kind of close, though. Thanks to the fact that you wanted to wait till the last second to keep it a surprise, Jill. Hey, all's well that ends well, right? Actually, it was Jill who let us know you were leaving. I thought it would be nice if we could see you off. And pay no mind to the old man in the corner. Oh, sir. Hey, Estelle. I heard that Joshua ran away from home. Oh, Matron Teresa told us what happened. I see. I'm sorry. I should have told you all. No, it's okay. We'll pray that Joshua comes home real soon. We'll pray to Adios every day. Promise. I'll pray too. It'll come true if we all do. Aw, you guys. Oh, children, thank you. I'll throw my prayers in the pile too. Estelle, Chloe, you two be careful, okay? You do need to try your best, but don't overdo it and put yourself in danger. If something happened to you, I don't think he'd ever forgive himself. Chill, Hans. I'll remember that. Estelle, please look after Chloe. I know she seems strong, but she's still a little fragile in some ways. Matron, I'm right here, you know. Leave her to me. I kinda suspect she's gonna be helping us out more than anything, though. Well, Chloe, use this as a chance to examine yourself and your desires. Don't fret. Simply look for the answer you've been seeking. Yes, I will. I promise. Racers and students, both aspire to the path of knowledge in their own ways. You two have grown immensely in the short amount of time you've been here. Always remember, you never run out of things to learn. Do not become so overconfident that you forget to learn. And if you remember that, there is no obstacle in the world that can defeat you. Well, remember. Yes, sir. Ding dong. This is the final boarding call for the Cecilia, bound for Zeiss. All remaining passengers should embark now. Whoops. See you guys. We'll be back, I promise. Everyone, take care. Be careful, guys. You better come back with some great stories and bring Joshua back with you. Everybody wants a piece of that Joshua. I want to see him in a dress again. Goodbye, orphans. Thank goodness it's a weekend. Airliner Cecilia. Start relaxing a bit. Hi, Estelle. Taking a walk around the ship? Pretty much. Oh yeah, Chloe, what do you do when you need to go back to Gransel? Do you get the Royal Guard to fly you there? No, of course not. That would be a little obvious. I just use normal flights like anyone else. I usually go back twice a year, once for New Year's and once for grandmother's birthday. So you're kinda used to passenger flight, huh? Well, what does Seek do then? Does he fly along at his own pace to the capital? Oh, well... See? Come here. Huh? The Pewee. And there he is. 30,000 feet in the air. I don't think they're 30,000 feet. Whoa. Scree? Sorry, I'm just calling you for a moment. Well, that was a surprise. So C can follow the ship. Cool. Scree. C can fly a level at speeds of up to 1,800 salts per hour. Most airships cruise at around half that. But a SIG, this isn't much faster than an evening stroll. Oh, I see. You really are better than the average Falcon Archie Sieg. Scree. Sieg's speed is the reason he's so useful for contacting the Royal Guard. If for some reason I can't use powered communication, nothing in the country can carry a message faster than Sieg. I thought so. I remember how fast you got in touch with Julia during that thing with the mayor. Right. Siggy. What else is around here? Olivier. Enjoying a fucking drink. Feels so good to finally be home. So cold delivering tonight. Oh, I can imagine, dude. It's freezing here. I can imagine. It's gonna be cold a little further south of the border too. Made 100+ in tips. Fuck. Ooh. Rolling in the dosh now, eh? Worth. Completely worth. Estelle, enjoying our flight through the heavens? Look, gaze upon this magnificent azure sky. Ah, but there is nothing better to drink to. Well, the weather is great and the sky is pretty, but we're almost as ice, Olivier. Should you really be drinking? Oh, come now, don't say that. Somewhere beneath this brilliant sky is my beloved Joshua. The pain he must be feeling on his solitary journey. Such thoughts drive a man to drink, you see. Excuse me, but that is entirely and exclusively my line. At least things never get too serious with you around. I guess it's a good thing, kinda. maybe. I shall take that as the highest praise. I am relieved, however. Hmm? The Black Fang. I had wondered if the words of the Phantom Thief had shaken you. I see I had no cause to be concerned, however. You have a will of iron, Estelle. Oh. You're worried about me, Olivier. That's kinda sweet. Remember, I am a wandering bard and poet, ever in search of that pinnacle of human affection. Maidens in love shall find no greater ally than I. Well. Please. I do not need a staffing today. Staffing. Why is that in quotation marks, Olivier? Did you mean something else? I promise I was not teasing you. I actually find your relationship heartwarming. Those new clothes of yours, for example. You purchased them because you wished for Joshua to see you in them, yes? You look excellent in them, I must say. Thanks. What's with the embarrassing compliments all of a sudden? Besides, Shara got me these clothes as a present. Joshua, well, maybe he'd like them. A little. What's with that look? Forgive me. That was just more than I expected. Let us leave that topic behind for a while then. Come, Estelle. I shall treat you to a legal cocktail. I guess it is a bit tempting, but we're nearly to Zeiss. Try not to drink the whole bar yourself, Olivier. You'll pass out and miss our stop. Don't you worry. I only lose myself in drink when it is poured by a lovely lady. You realize it's not something to brag about, right? Stupid Olivier. Is this Orbit? Oh, it's his heart, okay. Okay, where's the others? No. Down here? Oh, okay. Upstairs? Where the hell is Sheriff? Up top. Up top, okay. Hello, Estelle. Looking you're on a ship again? Pretty much. I never rode airships much before now, so it's all kind of new to me still. I remember my first work trips on them and getting all excited too. I'd never ridden an airship before in all my travels. I guess the circus didn't use airships much, huh? Did you guys ride around in orbital-powered carriages then? No. Most of our carriages were of the single horsepower variety. Mr. Harvey did have an old orbital drive carriage though. Huh, okay. And I think about it, whenever your troop visited, you guys were in a lot of covered wagons. You remember. You touched your teacher's heart, my dear sweet Estelle. Anyway, airships are still fairly uncommon outside of Liberal as I understand it, especially as civilian vehicles. Most other countries prefer orbital-driven ground-based transport. The Erebonians favor orbital-driven trains. Well, I know that. And have a pretty large rail system connecting their major cities. And our Calvardian neighbors use orbital buses. Orbital buses? What kind of vehicle is a bus? A bus is basically a very large orbital carriage. It's a little like an airship. You pay in advance, it'll take you from place to place. It isn't nearly as fast as an airship, but the pace is gentler. They're easy to maintain and they're quite pleasant. Huh, neato. Kinda wanna ride one now. This game has had a lot more airship. One might say too much airship, not enough Joshua. I do appreciate in this game there's a lot more flying between cities instead of having to manually walk the roads. Especially in this one, because there's no fast travel. Speaking of which, Shira, you've been to Calvard, right? I heard you met Zin then. Come on, I gotta hear that story. There's not much to it, I'm afraid. I was on an errand for Cassius. He needed me to deliver a document to Calvard's eastern quarter. That's why I first met Zin. I see. I gotta admit, I can't imagine what a town full of Easterners would be like. It was exciting, very different culturally, and exotic. You should visit if you get the chance. Well said, Shira. I don't know if... I think maybe I can just... Yeah, okay. Thank you for flying with us today. We'll be arriving in Zeiss momentarily. Please be aware that there may be turbulence while landing, so we ask that all passengers take their seats. Fucking turbulence. I hate flying in real life. City of Zeiss. This is the tech town. Professor Russell and Tita live. Okay, first stop for us should be the guild house here in Zeiss. We need to check in with Kilika. Kilika? A rather exotic name for liberal. It sounds Eastern. What kind of woman is she, I wonder? You never give up, do you? To put it simply, capable. She's a flawless administrator, and she's also a very accomplished martial artist. She's also quite lovely, but she doesn't have time for, frippery. I would advise caution, my dear Lenheim. Now my interest is positively piqued. What are we waiting for then? Let us away to... Whoa. Is this the fury of Kilika? Would you give it a rest already? It's an earthquake. Ah! Help! Dock is gonna collapse! Run for your lives! Everyone, please calm down. The port is designed to endure high magnitude earthquakes. You can easily handle one this small. Please don't panic. Like their little sprites running back and forth and spitting. It stopped. Thank Adios, that's over. Everyone, please come to reception in an orderly fashion. Let's not panic. Oh man, it's been a while since I was in an earthquake. That was so cool. Well, that's a great way of getting welcome to Zeiss. Wasn't very strong, but attention, world. Please wait until I'm not on scaffolding before you shake again. Love, Estelle. I'll sign that letter too. Japan and their earthquakes are so cute together, right? it's just how casual they take it. They're like, this is just another Tuesday. It's rare for us to get an earthquake in Liberal, though. Really? Chloe is right. Earthquakes are very unusual here. Now we really do need to check in at the guild house to see what the damage is. So there is no serious damage to the central factory. Thank goodness. The city has also remained calm for the most part. I believe there is little to worry about on that front. Yes, I understand. Please continue to do what you can. Farewell. Your time is quite serendipitous. Thank you for coming, Estelle, Sherazard. I imagine your welcome at the port was quite warm. Yeah, kinda. It's been a while, Kilika. As always, you're 2 steps ahead of everyone. It's good to see you again, Kilika. Likewise, I'm glad to see you here. And you two would be Olivier Lenheim and Her Highness Princess Claudia, I believe. Or shall I say, Miss Chloe Rins. I'm Kilika. I handle reception here at the Zeiss branch of the guild. A pleasure to meet you two. Oh, the pleasure is ours. Oh, Olivier, my word, but your beauty eclipses even what I expected. Madam, allow your humble servant Olivier Lenheim to improvise a song to... According to Jade, you both officially registered as assistants, yes? Assistants are free to use the rest area upstairs, just as normal bracers do. Feel free to use it to relax, for meetings, etc. Thank you. Yes, but if you wish to play your lute, you are welcome to play it upstairs. Do restrain yourself to reasonable limits, however, if you please. Yes, ma'am. Wow, I think Kilika might be even harder on Olivier than Shara. I heard they made their house made of paper for so long, it's easier than put them up after they got knocked down by the yearly earthquake. I guess that would make sense, wouldn't it? Just keep a stack of them like you do office paper, a stack of walls. Well, putting aside a repressed musician for now, how is the job situation looking? Are we snowed under? We do have some work posted, but nothing urgent at the moment. You're welcome to attend to it as you see fit. But, What's up, Kilika? You look like you're thinking about something. This is not a normal job, but a request from the guild. In your position as the group investigating the Society of Ouroboros, I'd like you to check on something. Check on something? This is a bit sudden. What do you mean? It's actually what you might expect. I want you to investigate the earthquake that just happened. Let's imagine an old Japanese samurai stepping out and smell the air and say, yep, it's earthquake season, alright. Lick the finger, stick it up in the air to feel the wind. Yep, earthquake's about to blow through. Tropical earthquake. Investigate the earthquake? You mean like go around asking about damage? Well, sure, but what does... Well, yes, that as well. However, 3 days ago, a similar earthquake occurred at the Wolf Fort. It lasted about 10 seconds, and the quake was not strong enough to cause any real damage. 2 earthquakes then. That's worrying. There's one particularly odd point, however. The earthquake at the Wolf Fort did not affect the city of Zeiss. Wait, huh? Well, that is strange. If I recall the map correctly, the Wolf Fort is not far from the city. An earthquake center there certainly should have been held here. The reeds, super bad, would have been felt here in the city, or at least a small extent. It was a weak quake, so it is possible we simply did not notice. Still, your friend is right. It does seem unusual, unnatural. earthquake about to blow through. About to blow through. I cannot help but feel. I think I got that from Trailer Park Boys. I think that's why I heard it first. There's fucking some bullshit that Ricky would say. Tropical. This place looks like a tropical earthquake blew through or something. I think he said something like that. I cannot help but feel a terrible sense of foreboding about it. No, I think I get it. Just like with our ghost, weird stuff like this makes me curious too. We'll be happy to do what we can, Kilika. We should begin by asking around the city and the fort, I think, which we'll do next time. Yes, I'll be counting on you. Mr. Murdoch is already gathering information about the quake in the city, however. I expect he'll be thorough, so you don't need to worry about the city. Okay then, so off to the Wolf Fort. Well, ultimately, this is just my personal suspicion. Remember, it's nothing urgent. Feel free to investigate as you see fit while working on other jobs. Besides, I believe you have someone to say hello to, yes? Oh, yeah. We saw a new gospel too, so we really should go see Tina Professor Russell. Okay, I want to do that at the very least. I want to talk to those two before we end. That seems like a good idea, yes. Let us delay our guild work until we say hello then. Come, let us reunite with Tina with joyful hugs. Okay, I don't like hearing that from Olivier. I'll kindly ask you not to hug anybody, thanks. Thank you, Estelle. Still, let's head over to the Professor Russell place. Whew. Okay, well, I'm not going to worry about these. We'll do these next time. Branch office sign. Okay. Training assistance. That's training at the port. I remember that. New model gun tests. I need to pick up the gun, which we'll do this time. And 2 bounties. Okay, let's go talk to the professor. I think I just played the remake. I have a nice refresher on how this game's layout. Oh, Professor Russell, home and factory. Professor Russell and Tina even in? From what I know of Russell, it wouldn't surprise me if he's at the central factory. And Pa, the second floor is cleaned up. Thank you, Tina. Did you organize the parts next? Okay. I don't think we have to worry about finding them. Come on then. Let's go see these two. Working hard, Tita. Huh? Oh, Shara. Hi, what brings you here? Wait, I remember you. Cassius Bright's apprentice, right? It's been a while, you two. It's really a bit of a mess in here. Is it because of the earthquake? Oh yeah, sorry. Hi, everyone. What? Sorry, I haven't been in touch. Estelle, hello. Estelle! Oh. Tita, it's really you. I thought you were gone forever. Wait, hang on. Gone forever? I'd never do that. But I heard Joshua ran away. And then you left the country. Thought I was never gonna see you again. Oh, Tita. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have left without saying anything. As I recall, Cassius sent you off to that braces school in the Bond, didn't he? When did you get home? I got back just a little while ago. I was working in Ruan after getting back. I only just arrived in Zeiss. I see. Well, welcome back. Ah, wait. The two with you. Hello, Professor. Tita. I'm sorry I've been out of touch as well. Pardon our intrusion, good sir. Chloe, Olivier, everyone's here. This is wonderful. They're helping us with our investigation. A lot of stuff happened in Ruan. Well, let's get comfortable and hear the story, eh? Oh, I'll show you to the living room. Well, the true force behind the coup is on the move again. And they had another gospel with them. Troubling. A holographic projector that can show an image all the way across a region? How is that even possible? Well, the concept of a projected holograph is nothing new. I've been kicking around ideas for pulling it off myself even. But a device that can project a lifelike three-dimensional image great distances away from its origin point. I can scarcely even imagine the physics behind such a thing. That weirdo we fought said something about an experiment with a new gospel. It did seem bigger than the one from before, but it didn't stop our ordnance. Say, on that note, how was the gospel we captured a while ago? Have you made any progress in analyzing it? About that. Yes, this is one thing that was unresolved from the first game. The more I investigate that little enigma, the stranger it gets. Stranger? Yes, let me start at the end, actually. I am convinced the orbital shutdown phenomenon is not a function of the device itself. What? But that black orbit has stopped other orbits dead in their tracks. We've seen it, Professor. You've seen orbits stop in its presence. It isn't quite the same thing, milady. No matter how I look at it, though, the quartz in the device simply cannot actually do that. It can certainly warp orbital fields. Oh, how it can do that, but suppress them. No. Warp orbital fields. Oh, orbital field refers to the electromagnetic field generated by an individual orbital device. With normal orbits, you can describe an orbital field by drawing its field lines, and those follow very specific rules. When Grandpa tested the gospel, though, its field didn't obey those rules at all. This is going above my pretty little head, I'm afraid. Yeah, afraid not much is registering. In layman's terms, it's a warped orbital field that doesn't obey the laws of such things as we understand them. Regardless of that, though, ultimately, an orbital field amounts to nothing more than orbital energy in an area. Unless you were to apply very specific direction and purpose to them, you shouldn't get the orbital shutdown phenomenon effect regardless. To be honest, I've been utterly stuck on this, but with your report of this holographic business, I may have an idea. Thank you for letting me know. Well, I'm not sure how that was useful, but you're welcome. The Royal Army has custody of the device the Ouroboros agent used. I'm sure they'll let you have a look at it if you contact them. I may just do that. Speaking of which, what are you going to be up to now? Will you be working in Zeiss for a while? Oh yeah, about that. Estelle explained the situation concerning the guild's request to investigate the earthquakes. Ah, so Killica thinks the earthquakes. While it is true that earthquakes are rare here in Liberal, and she is correct about the earthquake at the Wolf Fort. 3 days ago. I think Miss Killica is right. I don't remember Zeiss getting any tremors at all. That is kind of weird. Well, it's a natural phenomenon, so I kind of doubt the society's involved. It's still pretty weird, though, and we'd like to figure out what's going on. Indeed. Earthquakes, I wonder if it would be useful. Huh? Let me guess, Professor. You have an old invention in the toolbox which might help. I do have something in mind. But then how would we... Wait, transmit the data back here using... and then hook it up into the catapult, of course. Yes, it worked perfectly. Professor Russell, could you keep the rest of us in the loop? Don't worry. I need to check a few things regardless before we start. I'd recommend heading to the Wolf Fort and learn from them what happened, which to do next time. I'll see about preparing you a little something useful for when you get back. Well, I definitely won't say no, but what little something are we talking about here? That's spoil a surprise. Just you wait. You have to wait for the next stream. Well, a few streams from now. If you excuse me, I need to get back to the Central Factory. Just have to browbeat Murdoch into going along. Tina, would you mind helping your old grandpa? Maybe? Estelle, I'm sorry. We finally meet again after so long, and... It's okay, don't worry. I'm just happy I got to see you again. We'll be in Zeiss for a good long time, so I'm sure we'll have a chance to spend some time together. Estelle. Yeah, I can't wait. I'm sorry we couldn't give you much of a welcome. Don't worry, Tita. We'll stop by again if the chance comes up, Tita. Perhaps, on that day, I too can be greeted with such moist, welcoming... Okay, Olivier. And on that day, you'll have 2 black eyes. Anyway, see you later. We'll contact the guild once we're ready. Good to go. Now those 2 haven't changed at all. Yes, Tita hasn't lost any of her adorableness. Just having to fight the urge to just pick her up and hug her. Indeed. I lost little girl being swept up into the arms of a loving, brotherly minstrel after ages of separation. Such a dramatic scene. The thought makes my heart swell. If you tried to grab her out of the blue like that, I'd have to arrest you for abduction, you nitwit. I'm calling the FBI. I think nobody likes when he says this shit about Tina. Everybody agrees. He needs to go back to jail. To be honest, I understand what Scheherazade means. Tina's the kind of girl you wish was your little sister. I envy you, Estelle. And Chloe, cut it out. Well, don't worry. Everyone will get to know her soon enough. Except for Olivier, maybe. Estelle! An arrow! My heart! I'll spare in love and siblings, my dear Lenheim. Now then, let's get started on our guild business another time. You're right, we should. Let's make our way over to the Wolf Fort while we work on those other jobs. Okay, so... that is a perfectly good spot to end for now. So I will be back Monday. And Monday, we'll be checking out, I'm going to start a dungeon crawler named Underknots Labyrinth of Yomi because it has a sequel coming out this year, and I would like to, it's a game I've been sleeping on for quite a while. But it's going to have visual novel elements to it, combined with that wizardry style of dungeon crawling which we saw. Similar to more modern. I think this game came out in 2021. So it should be fun. That'll be Monday. I think I'm gonna keep that for Mondays. I'm not gonna do that often, or rather, more than once a week. So Monday, Underknots. Probably Tuesday, back more trails. Wednesday is co-op with Alice, and then Thursday, probably Friday, next Friday. Either Thursday, Friday, or Saturday will be more trails. So it'll be 2 trails streams next week. We got Underknots Monday, co-op on Wednesday. I think that's a pretty good formula to use for the time being. Up until but I think the next big game I would like to stream is other than this series is Resident Evil Requiem. But that doesn't come out till the end of February, so nothing to worry about for now. I think I can commit to Underknots Monday, 2 trail streams a week, and of course the weekly co-op as well, so that should be nice and simple to stay with. So I am enjoying this quite a bit. Really liking going back to seeing this again, but that is where I am going to call it. I hope you have yourself a good weekend, Salamandius, and anyone else who is watching or lurking. Thank you guys so much for coming to watch. I hope you enjoy this easy playthrough of the Trails series. We'll be continuing at least minimum through the 3rd game. Minimum. Though, quite honestly, I have New Game Plus files in all these games, so we'll see how far I can get before the remake, if I be quite honest. So, yes, we're gonna put this here. So, stay warm this weekend and into the next week. If you live in the Canada or the United States, yes, do stay warm, please, for your own health. It's cold as a motherfucker out. It's only gonna get colder tomorrow. So, as always, Wanderers, take care and farewell.